Hello, everyone. We're back.
Yeah, on a
Regularly
regular
scheduled
scheduled
programming is
time.
back on the menu. Regularly scheduled programming back on the menu. Let's go. Let's go.
Hey,
We're doing stuff. So yeah,
yeah.
uh, we got Samuel and Five-O in the chat. We got the regulars.
Oh,
It's all back to normal. It's as if nothing ever happened, Ellie. Nothing ever happened.
well, unfortunately, my factory is closing down.
Yeah. So something happened.
So
Nothing happens in my life that I can talk about because I'm boring, right? Like nothing ever happens that I'm like, oh yeah, this would be worth.
I never
Like
took
I
things
don't know, maybe
happen.
like like maybe I'll walk down the beach and see a seal or something. Like that's pretty cool, right? Like oh, cool, it's a seal, nice.
Regular life can be interesting. Although I did have like my factory got a bankruptcy, and now it's closing down. Then it went continued on, and now it's closing
Oh
down.
man,
Whole different
oh,
reasons. There's legal issues. I was
there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff like that going around. There's down here there was this appliance slash homeware store called Smith City
Mhm.
that's been around for like 107 something years, right?
Yeah.
And that's going into liquidate slash bankruptcy slash whatever, because there's like 50 different legal terms for this shit, right?
Yeah.
Like
In different
like you
countries
have
also.
different. I wonder if I go on their website because they said something about it on the website. It was
Well,
like
the thing is, Narette,
because it
there's not
was
even that the factory is doing bad. It's just big higher up legal conflict, ownership issues.
so voluntary admission
All right, that sounds.
administration
That means that
was what.
somebody else that they themselves said we are going bankrupt, and there's
Yeah,
nothing we can do about it.
and so so they the lawyers are getting them to sell all of the shit. So yeah, no, yeah. See, it seems to be a common common occurrence these days, I
Yeah,
guess.
but again, Ratsu, this is really has nothing to do with economics or downturn, upturn, whatever recession. This is pure financial ownership, legal higher up issues.
Yeah,
And
that's always
I've heard
fun.
it all. I was at the meetings. I was protesting in front of the building of the people responsible for this. In my
How dare how dare you do this to my job?
yeah.
How dare you?
Yeah,
You
basically. I was there in full.
yeah.
wearing my hard hat and my high
You have
visibility
your little
jacket,
sign.
a
Yeah, you got your little
sign and a megaphone
sign.
around my arm around my strapped around me.
You're
I was
screaming at them. You say, "How dare you do this to me? How
yeah,
no? I
yeah,
like my factory job.
yeah.
Re, re."
But now I'm applying for
But
other
no,
jobs. It's just like
yeah.
the first week I'm applying, so it's just like one and some almost random stuff. If I would say like a hospital, customs, and
Mm.
kind of water checking if the groundwater is clean enough.
Well, as long as it fits in the skill set, no,
Well,
you
laboratory is
should be
pretty
all right.
broad. It's just you can wear a lab coat and you can kind of follow instructions and you're accurate.
Can't and it was quality assurance too, wasn't it? So like checking shit is what it says it is.
Yeah,
so, so uh, pretty good. Yeah. I think you'll be fine.
I'll
I
be
think you'll
fine.
be
I
fine.
got money saved up, like that finance guy
Yeah.
did you like, Conrad? I got
Yeah. We are financially secure people on this podcast.
yeah, I got ten
We know how
thousand
to save
euros
money
in
on
the
this cast.
bank, ready for when I need it.
Yeah,
I
we are not spending all our money on deliver takeout
no.
nonsense.
Noretsu,
We are good boys.
I was thinking, or I can be very cheap, Noretsu. If I'm very lazy, I just take some flour and I take some water
Yeah.
and a little bit of butter. Very expensive. The butter is the most expensive
Oh
ingredient.
yeah.
And
Oh
ta-da!
yeah.
I got some toast, basically, some slightly
Yeah.
baked bread,
The good shit.
and it's cost
Shit.
me cents, like a half, no, like 1 cent for a meal in that. Great stuff. But in better news, Retsu,
Yeah.
there was a
So
Nintendo Direct. I'll go through it very quickly. Nintendo Direct, there was a lot of Mario stuff. It was kind of boring for me. There was Hyrule Warriors, Age of Imprisonment. I'm very excited because one, Hyrule Warriors games are fun. Mashing the
I did hear
buttons.
the other ones were pretty good.
Yeah, I also
I
played.
recall.
I thought said it before, right? That Age of Calamity was on the Switch 1, ran very badly, and then I got the Switch 2 and it runs fine. So I was happily playing my new Switch 2 game, Age of Calamity. And now there's this Age of Imprisonment. Age of Calamity was not canon, kind of, because they didn't, different timeline, but who cares? They are the same characters being themselves in a situation.
It's the video game.
It's a fun story in a fun video game. Yeah. And now they say, no, this time it's canon, and that's interesting. But even if it wasn't, it's still these characters that I like. Ooh, oh no. Doing things, are going to do interesting things. Oh damn, Gouda, you're not allowed to be a mod. You're not a big fan.
Oh no. Rip.
Rip.
Okay, yeah. I didn't watch the Nintendo because I don't have a Switch, so I have no.
No, okay. It was like 1 hour direct, so this better be good.
This better be fucking good.
And Netsu, Nintendo dragging up demons from hell.
Yeah,
and calling it
dragging up a demon of the past. Yeah. Ah, shit.
And people say that Nintendo doesn't do game preservation.
Oh yeah, they'll do game preservation, all right, if you pay them like what $100 fucking or some shit.
Yeah. Fucking... Well, no,
that shit's insane, dude.
Yeah. But yeah, it's very funny. It's super funny. I don't know if ever in the future I win a lottery or whatever, that might look good on the shelf actually.
Yeah, just buy it to put it on the shelf.
Yeah. Well,
just put it on the shelf.
I got like a statue that also costs the same. I put it on the shelf. Why not this thing? No, I didn't. Sorry, I didn't check much of the pricing for Pokemon because Pokemon, I can't. I'm not grown out of Pokemon, but it's not super interesting. Oh, Legends.
Yeah, there was. Like I haven't been following a lot of the Pokemon stuff because I don't super care a whole lot. I know it's like a new Arceus type game. But
yeah, Legends game.
Paris. It's in the Pokemon Paris. Right?
Yeah. Which was, I played that. I liked that game. I like the Kalos region.
Yeah, I heard it was good.
But I'm not. Right now I'm not interested, and therefore I'm not looking at the prices. But so Age of Imprisonment looks fine. The retro Virtual Boy is super funny, and it would be kind of a disappointing direct because even Metroid was kind of boring, the trailer, but game will be good. I can smell the.
Yeah, it's a Metroid game.
It's a good game. I can smell it, but the trailers are very unexciting. So the game wasn't very exciting. But it closed Nemetsu with Fire Emblem, new Fire Emblem, and
it says something that happened, and I didn't hear anything about.
Oh no, Nemetsu. The Fire Emblem heads are screaming because
are they? They must be screaming in their padded cells where I can't hear them.
I guess
because I can't hear them. I did not see. I didn't even know anything about this. I have to go
Naretsu,
have
do
a
you
look.
know about the Free Houses discourse?
What? The free houses discourse.
Yes.
Sounds good. I love the presentation of that. Like it's like you're a drama YouTuber, right? The Fire Emblem Free Houses discourse is going insane.
Naretsu,
Hot new drama.
Free Houses came out like 6 years ago. I have to check actually. Free Houses came out in 2019. So yeah, like 6 years ago.
Right.
And the discourse has never stopped.
It's never ending.
Because because you can pick your own routes.
Mm-hmm.
So you have like 3 characters, 3 nobles, and by the end of the kind of first act, the first part, you pick kind of the group you are going with, and by virtue of you being there with them, they are the good ones, and the other ones are evil.
I'm watching the trailer in the background, by the way.
Alright.
As I found, I'm bringing her up.
And by virtue
this looks like Fire Emblem, yeah.
Yeah. And by virtue of your group being the good ones and the other groups being the bad ones, the story changes a little. The story changes a little bit. So
that means you need big discourse. You need
that
massive
means
discourse.
That if you're picking, I picked the blue ones, in short. So the red ones were the big evil, and the red ones are like, oh, we need to get rid of these crests and have the people, fend for themselves. And then you go, no, crests don't determine your worth, and you can't just let people die in the strongest, survival of the fittest. We need to be kind to each other. And then the red team goes, no, crests evil. People need to be strong. Yeah. However, Naretsu, if you pick the red ones go, the oppression of the elite with their crest create a system of oppression, and it is evil, and we need to destroy it. And then the blue ones are like, no, we are the chosen ones to protect the people, and we are going to kill everybody who disagrees. Like, rah! Like, no, you can't kill people and oppress them.
You can't kill people.
You can't systematically oppress them with powers and privilege that you are not entitled to. And then the discourse starts from who is more right in what route, in what circumstances, and beyond that, what is kind of the meta narrative of what are the intentions of these characters outside of the route, and kind of more in a, if the main character wasn't there, what would happen kind of deal. So Naretsu, the discourse never stopped for all these years.
And I guess it's never gonna stop because based on the trailer, it looks like here's free more factions, the evolution of the free factions.
And Naretsu, that green-haired girl at the end is the same character that you had.
I recognize her. She used to be a lolly, and now she's grown up.
Yeah, so the game continues. The Free House, this is the same setting, the same universe. Either this is in the past or the future. I think it's in the future. But game-specific speculation that you don't know besides. This means that we are going to talk about the morals and
the morals, yeah. Well, I mean, looking at the game though, it looks. I kind of like the whole like pseudo-Roman Colosseum type feel. It looks kind of cool.
All right, a little bit further. Fire Emblem is and was always like medieval fantasy from the beginning of the first game till even Engage, medieval fantasy, castles and whatnot. This time, I'm feeling kind of a Mediterranean vibe with.
Yeah, that's what I got too. Yeah, that's the vibe.
Greeks, Persians, some Hellenistic Romans here and there. Carthage is like in the first image, from the The big port looks a little bit like Carthage back in the day. So it's kind of a Mediterranean vibe, and that queen looks very interesting, and other characters are also interesting. So
Yeah,
that's
like
that's
I
my.
said, it looks good. Yeah.
Without this Fire Emblem, I would be calling it a very disappointing direct. But this Fire Emblem,
Yeah,
looks
without the
very...
Fire Emblem, it's like it sounds like it was a waste of an hour. Yeah.
I was playing like a Silk Song in the meantime.
Yeah, it just like most of the planet except me have been playing Silks.
Very good
Everyone
game.
playing. So many people playing Silksong, they broke Steam. Yeah, destroyed Steam. Oh man. All right. So anyway, I guess we could anime girls, eh?
Yeah.
Anime woman. The anime woman.
Wrong
Japan...
transition. Sorry, I'm going to
Oh
the
no!
right
You fucked it up.
This transition.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh no.
And
no.
Once again, I forget to change these titles.
Okay, so the titles in Dutch, I believe. De Obsession van Japan.
Oh, the stupid automatic translations. I hate it.
In
Emotionele.
My Dutch is terrible. I can't pronounce shit. I can only do so little.
De obsessie van Japan de obsessie van Japan met anime meisjes. Een emotionele economie.
So to translate that for the chat, Japan's obsession with anime girls and emotional economy, right? And I saw, because you posted this one in the chat when you got back, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I saw it, and I was like, oh yeah, this sounds fucking great.
Yeah.
this sounds like it's gonna be a doozy. Because I'm interested to see where this guy's gonna go, right? I don't know if we've. Oh yeah, it's our guy that we've covered a couple of times. That guy uses that Code Vein thing. The Filipino guy or whatever. I don't know if he's Filipino.
It was like
Singaporean or whatever.
Final Fantasy. No, it's Code Vein, I think. Yeah.
It's like it's Code Vein. You're like, yeah. He talks about but like it's this guy again. But I'm interested to see where he goes because I'm wondering if he's gonna go for the capitalism objectification angle. Right, because that's one angle. That's one possible angle you can go with this, or if he's going to go for a weird parasocial because he had like I don't know if that's the guy that married Miku in the thumbnail. I think it was.
Yeah.
Is he gonna go with like this is causing degradation in society because they're marrying the anime characters and not real. Like, I know this guy's not like a right winger, right? Because based off prior history of us watching his videos, that Ellie's not going to remember because he has the memory of an Alzheimer's patient. But I don't believe this guy is a trad. So I'm wondering where we're gonna go. Right? It's gonna be a fun cast.
Oh damn! I'm getting stuff in my throat.
Oh no! It's coming! It's back!
No, this is the last remainder of slime, and then it's completely over.
The slime.
Yeah.
Anyway, I need a drink, so hang on while you cough your brains out.
Yeah, sure. What I think it's going to kind of go to the emotional manipulation route and the downfall and population decline kind of deal.
Yeah, that sounds like it might be the way to go. Yeah, like, this is why I think this is going to be fun because there's like multiple different ways this can go based on the title alone. But anyway, yeah, let's get right into it.
If you've been watching Twitch recently, you've probably noticed that some of the top streamers have been playing a Japanese gacha game about anime racehorse girls. God, I wish I was joking.
This game is an awesome game about Uma Musume.
Corner. No tea time. No, that's all right. She can do it. She can do it on merit.
Oh, there she comes. She's closing the gap. Come on, let's go.
And the thing is, this game has a huge cult following. The amount of hype this game has been getting the past few months is just
didn't we say this like
insane.
last week that, oh no, China's taking over the world, and then Uma Musume shows up. This is the biggest thing ever.
I think the Uma Musume stuff is fascinating, but I feel like the reason I think it kind of, I wouldn't say necessarily broke into normiedom, because look, let's be real here. Here's what happened, right? You had like Northern Lion, and you had like a couple of other people that were like quote unquote normies, right? Play the game for what, like a week, you know?
And then
And now it's just kind of like, oh yeah. Like I remember when it first came out, I was seeing it everywhere, right? And I do still see it in a sense everywhere, but now it's kind of like it's just normal, right? It's not a massive deal anymore, right? And I think that overhyping it, like I don't know if I would consider what this guy's doing as overhyping it, because it was definitely a thing that happened, but I feel like it became a trend for a bit, right? It wasn't like, oh, now the normies, right? It's just it's what tends to happen is the normies will latch onto something for like, I don't know, like a couple of weeks.
Well,
and then they quickly
everybody
move on.
does Natsu.
Like,
I'm playing Silk Song
Ellie,
super hard right now.
everyone's playing Silk Song right now. Exactly, right? This is what I mean, right? Like Silk Song is now the fucking thing that everyone's playing, right? For the next like what, 2 to 3 weeks, right? And then suddenly it'll all die down as people move on to like the next thing.
And that's
right?
been
it's not
normal since the beginning of time. Only like,
and that doesn't mean, and just to like clear this up, right? It doesn't mean that I'm saying that these things are bad and that's why they fall off, as the Zoomies would say, right? That's just like what you're saying. It's just the natural way of things, right? I remember when everyone, like all the normies were on Attack on Titan. Oh, Attack on Titan this. Everyone's watching Attack on Titan. Everyone's watching Game of Thrones. Everyone's watching Game of Thrones. They're talking about Game of Thrones. All the normies are into Game of Thrones, right? That's just what happened, right? It's just what happens, right? I don't think the fact that it's horse girl racing anime stuff is really that, important to the narrative, right? Because my theory here is, like, Ellie, as much as you don't like gambling, right? People like to gamble on things, right?
Yeah.
But people also don't like to lose money, right? They don't like to lose money, but they like to gamble. So how can we gamble? How can we gamble without losing? What if we made a video game based on a thing that people gamble on, right? That can invoke the same emotions, right? Without you having to gamble. Unless you do the gacha, obviously.
Yeah.
That's a different discussion. I'm talking about gameplay here. Right? Like, you have a game, which is from what I understand, because I've watched a bit of it, but I haven't played it myself, because I have enough of these fucking games. I'm not playing another one, right? It's, you train your horse up, you do a bunch of little events, you train your horse, you make your horse the best horse she can be, and then you set her out to go win the races, and you're watching, like you saw it in the clips the guy was showing, right? Like, you're watching the races, you're getting excited. Oh, my girl, you could do it. Push, use your skill, push through, big hype, so, like, that's why I think it broke into, not necessarily mainstream, but it broke into like the normie sphere, right? Because it's appealing to base human emotion, right? Of, I'm rooting for my race car driver. I'm rooting for my anime horse girl.
Your sports team.
My sports team, right? It literally, like, the same emotion as your boomer fucking granddad sitting on the couch watching the fucking Super Bowl is the same
yelling
emotion
at the people to
yelling at the fucking screen. Yeah, that is the same shit that Uma Musume is tapping into, right? And it's a universal human thing, which I think is why, like, and of course, like, the horse girl animes are cute, right? Like, that's obvious. I mean, but that's the thing. Like, a lot of the normie, like, I know that Northern Lion guy, he got a lot of fucking flack, justifiably, by the way. because he was like, oh, this idol, because there's like the idol component of this, right? Oh, the idol stuff is creepy and right? Like, so I don't think that's like, I think the normies just kind of, they do that thing that I keep criticizing, where it's like, oh, I think that something is bad, so I'm just going to like ignore it for the, I'm just gonna, it doesn't actually exist. I can't go against my morals, right? It never happens.
I saw a bit of him later, I think, and at least it looked like he knew how to play the game. It wasn't like his first run. And although I think he just skipped all the performances, but he was into the game itself. The
Well, that's what I
events.
mean, right? But I mean, look, being anti-anime, don't counter signal the anime. That's all I'm gonna say. But anyway, but to kind of wrap this little like rant off, I feel like I don't think there's anything like nefarious going on, right? I don't think there's any like, oh, those sneaky Japanese doing the emotional manipulation to get people to be into the horse girls, right? I think it is just quite literally it's a combination of traits that tap into basic human instincts that allowed the game to be super successful. Oh yeah, that horse died. Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, I mean, like 2 of them died. I forget who, but
Well, I mean, look, horses don't fucking. I think they only live for what, like 30 years?
yeah,
Like,
not
even that, like
super duper
25
long.
years. Yeah, they don't have like super long lives. I was like, one of the things I do think is kind of interesting is I was watching. There's a guy on YouTube who, not the fucking AI guy who fucking like shows up in your YouTube shorts all the time. Yeah, there's an actual YouTuber who's a guy who's actually into real Japanese horse racing.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been making a bunch of videos where he's kind of like, oh yeah, here's like the actual history of what happened to this horse. And a lot of the time it's really fascinating. I think, what was the one that I watched? It was like Sunday or whatever. I can't remember. It was one of them, right? But like, it talks about how like, oh yeah, they like won this race and didn't win this race, and oh, they went undefeated, for this amount of time, and then oh, this is the moment where the career went to shit because the trainers made a bad decision to force them to race in this race when they shouldn't, and that caused an injury or whatever, right? And it's pretty, it's interesting, interesting stuff, right? It's interesting. So yeah.
No, just for funsies. I was looking into this. I was like, well, let me try it once or somewhat, because as you know, I can't play a mobile game for more than a day before.
And you're allergic to gacha as well. It doesn't.
But
help.
I can play it for one day. But then I found out it was banned.
Oh.
Because together with like Belgium and I don't know what other country, loot boxes were banned. Was a big deal, right? But then some gacha got also hit by it, but only some. Like Genshin is here, and Go Frontline, and Nikkei is here, but Uma Musume is not, and the Pokemon card game is not. So it's kind of.
Well, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, like some do, some not. Maybe if the company feels like they might get caught and don't want to bother with it, something like that. I don't know, but then I as I don't care for gacha that much, I wasn't very sad about it.
Well, like I said, I it looks fine. It looks like a fine. It's a fine game. I just have too many of these gacha games that I play.
Wrong.
Azura Lane has been getting really fucking lewd lately, Ellie. Like, holy fucking shit. It's getting to the point where it's like, damn, they might as well just fucking rate the game R18 and let you fuck the ships. They're getting that close.
Yeah.
It's so wild. If you go look up the fucking like new ships, fucking crazy. But anywho, let's hear about what's going on with the umas in this guy's
Yeah.
perspective? What do we got?
And a huge reason behind this is the fact that there's legit IRL lore about these characters. Some of these girls are based off of real-life Japanese racehorses.
Some?
And
Well, not some of them. I'm pretty sure
Oh.
all of them. Yeah. First thing, and then second thing, like I said, like the IRL lore aspect of it, I do think is kind of like I say, it's interesting.
Hmm.
Like that, it is an interesting factor, but I don't actually think a lot of people they might move towards that as they become more invested, but I don't think that's a driving factor, right?
It's
I'm
funny.
not- I'm
It's
not
funny
on-
info. It's funny lore, but not
But yeah,
very few
Yeah,
times lore itself is a oh, I like this character for the lore. It usually is like this character, I like this character and the lore is fun.
all right. Well, let's see what our man says.
in turn, the game has helped to generate thousands of dollars for these horses through donations alone. But the thing is, this isn't necessarily something new. Plenty of Japanese gacha games have taken this approach of turning mundane items into anime girls. From World War II warships to straight up guns.
Yeah, hell yeah! Don't you be bad mouthing my SOP mod, you little shit. I will find you. Oh, hang on. What's? Oh yeah. But anyway. Yeah. Don't you be bad mouthing the Muda Puppo. I will find you.
It hasn't said anything about it yet.
No, I didn't like his tone. I didn't like his tone, Ellie, because he's like even guns. Sounds like this man's one of those anti-gun people. Am I right, chat? Am I right, chat? Is you? This man doesn't want to have sex with fire. Oh god. Fuck me. Yeah, Girls Frontline, man. Girls Frontline's good shit. But anyway, let's let them cook. Let's let them
A
cook.
lot of things have been turned into waifus. And every time Japan does this, they turn out super successful. With
Well,
Well,
not all the time. It's this is a common like misconception, right? That I think people have about this, especially if like I'm going to assume this guy is not like familiar, but gacha games have a high turnover, right?
mhm.
Because you live and die by how you can retain players, right? If you can't retain players, you're fucked, right? And yeah, like even like Gouda in the chat, he's like, yeah, World Flipper is end of service. Like, he's literally proving my point right now. The game on screen from this, like, you know, thing from article from 2021, right, has EOS, which is my point.
So wasn't
Like,
there like a idle game that
Yes,
God
there
is-
was an Idolmaster game that announced it was going to come out, and then immediately in the same announcement said it was going to EOS. like this is the problem. This is the problem, right? So while it's kind of like the key point I'm trying to make here is just taking a thing and making it into an anime girl is not like an instant success key, right? It's not going to immediately make your game successful.
no.
That's not how it works, right? Like you look at the games that are successful, right? Like Azura Lane, yeah, it's boat waifus, but one of the reasons people still play that game is because sexy waifus, right? They are using the sex appeal as well. Oh, excuse me. They are using the sex appeal as well in order to sell the product, right? And I've heard that I don't read the story in Lane, but I've heard some like it's okay, it's fine, right? You know, I mostly continue to play Lane because it's easy to like play it free to play, and it's like you don't even need to really put a lot of effort into it, really, because like again, the draw is to collect the sexy boat girls, right? And then you have Girls Frontline, which there's memes about Girls Frontline and how the game makes fuck all money and yet still exists because the fan base is so dedicated, right?
Yeah,
And
and like Nikkei got a story, and
yeah, and it's because of the story. It's because there's something.
Arknights.
It's because there is something there under the hood that keeps people around, right? They want to know where the story is going to go. They get invested in the characters, right? And the, personalities and the stories and the narratives of these characters, right? So if you don't have a good enough hook, right? If you don't have a good enough, thing under the hood that keeps people around, people are going to drop off real fucking fast if the only thing you have going for you is, I turned guns into anime girls, right? I turned tanks into anime girls.
Gambling itself,
horses.
Unless you're sitting in front of it, isn't very exciting.
Yeah.
Flashing lights can only keep you interested for so long.
Yeah. So I think he's missing the forest and the trees here.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not, oh, they release a gacha game and it's like immediately fucking like, especially since when a gacha game launches, there's usually like a big boost, right? Like, because it's new, right? People try it out. They might spend a little bit of money on it, right? Whatever. And then they'll quickly drop off, right? You see this happen, like, because people look at the, and I brought it up on the stream a couple of times, like the gacha revenue statistics from the Play Store and Apple Store, because you can get those, right?
Oh, all right.
And like you look at it, right? You can see like the month to month, revenue and how much they make based on what's going on, right? And a lot of the time, when they come out, there'll be like a massive boost. When like a really popular character comes out, there'll be a massive boost, right? When they do, certain events happen, there'll be a massive boost, right? But if they don't keep people around, you will see the downward trend, and eventually they'll go end of service because they're just not making enough fucking money.
Yeah.
Right?
So yeah,
looks like
gacha.
the Tanaman RPG killed it in 6 months. Pretty much.
Yeah, there's so many games and so many gacha games also that, and even like your live service games end at some point. Are we going to say that? I don't know. Live service is kind of doomed in another sense, but.
Well, I mean, we could have a discussion about the whole stop killing games thing, because it does kind of tie into that whole idea. But I think that in the context of this video, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the context of this video, I think it is important to point out that just having the cute anime girls is not enough. The cute anime girls have to be interesting.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there has to be something there in order for it to work out. And because there is only... I mean, I even said it, like, I didn't play Uma Musume because I'm playing Lane, I'm playing GFL 1 and 2, I'm still playing Neural Cloud, even though that's, like, got no content at the moment because they shifted focus, right? I'm still playing that. What else am I fucking... Arknights, I'm still playing Arknights, right? Like, I'm playing enough of these games, right? I do not have any, like, time or room. Neural Cloud is basically done. It's in like maintenance / just existing mode. Yeah, it's in existing mode. That's the best way to put it.
Maybe also because I play my Paradox games, Nuetsu, and the feature of Paradox games is they don't have a story and therefore don't have an end. And so I just time to try to do my Mother of Africa, Mother of All achievement again. Playing my Madame Duma and
there's only so, like, people can only play so many of these games at once, right?
Yeah.
So there is like the competition in the market is fierce, and so if you don't do something that stands you out from the crowd, you're gonna end up going EOS, right? And that's why cute anime girls are not necessarily a immediate ticket to winning over people. Right.
I haven't played Helldivers in like a real Helldivers in a month or so. I played like one game when I came back from Japan, but I've been too busy with
I
being
popped in to have a look at the ODST stuff, but I'm probably not gonna.
No,
play
ODST
it
doesn't
again for a bit.
interest me all that much.
Yeah.
But also the focus is very much on the box right now, and I'm not really interested in the Terminids. So not.
But anyway, let's get back to it.
Huge
Yeah.
cultural impacts. But why is this the case? Why does Japan love turning things to anime girls? And what do they get out of this? And what
Money.
exactly does it cost them in the long run in creating these characters?
Oh,
And the
social-
answer is a lot more simple than you think, actually.
ディアハズバンド You buy too much anime figurines and merchandise Now we are homeless Please stop gooning to anime girls and get a job We have bills to pay
So
Okay.
That was. I don't know what
That-
kind of pseudo racism employees he used.
Ellie's like pulled out the filing cabinet in his head. He's like, "What kind of racism is this?" You're flipping through the files. You're like, is it Orientalism? Is it
This is a racism of some kind.
It is some kind of racism, but I don't know what.
It's also stupid, but
So, I'm gonna like completely destroy the video right now. The reason that this like the tuning inanimate let's use like tuning things into anime girls in general,
anthropomorphism.
right? Anthropomorphism, right? Let's go with that, right? You can trace this back all the way to Kantai Collection, right? At least if in the context of gotcha games, but I would also feel it like because you can probably dig hard enough and you can find some obscure anime or some obscure like this product tuned their product into an anime girl for advertising, right? Or something, right?
Yeah,
Before Kantai Collection. I'm sure you can find that, but I think that the game or the franchise that popularized the idea in Japan was probably Kantai Collection, right? Because
maybe.
Kantai Collection
Yeah.
comes out in Japan. It's a massive Windows 10, yeah. Like, it's a massive success, right? It is a massive success. Every other game's trying, GFL 1 very clearly is copying a lot of the game mechanics from Kantai, like with the crafting and stuff, right, for units. You can tell at the time a lot of games were influenced because of the success of Kantai Collection, right? And so it's not surprising that, a lot of these games will be like, oh, well, we'll just do the same thing, but we'll do it with guns or tanks or planes or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And then that idea of anthropomorphizing stuff, gets the wind of the advertisers, right? The advertising people who are always constantly looking for how can we market our products to people so that they buy them. Oh, look, people like cute anime girls. Let's do that, right? Let's just do that. And so then that's how that happens, right? They just, and again, I feel like this guy is going to try and make this into some kind of like nefarious, it's an evil conspiracy.
Society.
They're emotionally manipulating. But I don't view it as like a malicious thing, right? Because if you really think about it, all advertising is malicious.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
All advertising is trying to get you to buy something, right? They are attempting to manipulate you in such a way to get you to buy a thing.
Yeah, just
I
slightly
think-
off on the topic of advertisement. There's something that annoys me. Is that I get these food delivery apps things, and even grocery delivery things apps, and I'm just so kind of. I find them very patronizing, and a kind of infantilization where it goes, well, you don't. It's so hard to make food. And you can't do it. So let us do it. Oh, it's the supermarket is like 5 minutes away. That's so far away. You don't have the time for it. Pay us $20, euros extra, and we'll do it for you. Because you can't. You actually can't do it. You're useless. You can't make food. You can't cook. You can't bake.
You're a lazy little shit.
And you're useless. You're a burden to society. Now give us money.
Oh my god. But no, like, you know, of course, not all advertising works, as you're pointing out, right? But I don't like. Again, the point of advertising is to get you to what. Like, if we think about traditional advertising, you know, I think we talked about this on a cast at some point. I can't remember which one, because I have vague recollections of us talking about like some study around like watches or something, like watch advertisements, where they were trying to figure out how to advertise like watches to women or whatever, and like how to like, you know, because like, oh, if you want to advertise it to men, you like, oh, look, he's in his suit and he's got his watch. And he's got his bitches hanging over his shoulder, you know, and his fancy sports car. If you buy our watch, you could be him, Ellie. You could be the big Chad, you know. But then how do you apply that to, you know, women, right? Like, yeah, and traditionally a lot of that, you know, a lot of the feminists are mad about it, but like traditionally they would be like, oh yeah, if you buy our woman's watch and you know, you pair it with your fancy diamonds, you will attract that Chad, that Giga Chad. He'll see you in the crowd and be like, wow, you are the cool girl. I want you as my wife or some shit, right? So, you know, again, advertising, you could make the argument that all advertising is inherently malicious, right? And I could go into that, but at that point, it's almost like if everyone is super, then no one is, right? Like if everyone is guilty of the crime, is it really a crime? You know?
Yeah, you know, you got advertisement that is, look, it exists, and
yeah,
I almost feel like that is what you know, the Nintendo Direct, the Virtual Boy, was like, hey, look, the Virtual Boy.
You remember that?
Remember
that
this
thing that we did? Yeah.
Look, games for it now and that's kind of, it wasn't like, oh, you need this to be real and you need to know your gaming
example
history.
The example I was using was obviously a, you know, more extreme example, right, of what most advertising is now, right? But this is kind of what I mean, right? I don't see we're going to use anime girls to create and or advertise a product as being this like evil thing, right? So I'm keen. I'm keen to see where this guy goes with it, right?
Yeah.
Because as I was saying at the top of the coverage, right? This could go in a number of different directions. It could go in a number. So let's see what we got.
I know the most obvious answer as to what Japan gets out of turning things into anime waifus is money. You put an anime face on anything, weebs will fucking buy it, okay? But the actual answer
one of those.
Oh wow! No, he's a evil gooner. He's a gooner man. He has the evil hoodie.
A meme gooner.
The meme gooner. Oh no. God, people fucking like went insane over those fucking hoodies or whatever a while ago. They were like banning them from cons and shit because people got mad because they were like, oh, it's porn and oh no, you can't wear that in public. You're disgusting sexualization of and it's just fucking. It's a piece of it's not even fucking like that lewd. Like, calm down, fucking chill out or whatever. But yeah, no, it makes money. So what? It makes money. Slapping anime again. People like this is a. I don't want to go on like a leftist rant, right? I don't want to do that because that's kind of like cliche. But there are these people, right, that have this really weird idea that attractive things are not attractive, Ellie, right? There's this idea of like traditional beauty standards are socially constructed, right?
Yeah.
In a sense, from this is their perspective, right? They believe that beauty standards are socially constructed, and on some level, I can kind of agree, because a lot of the shit that women do, you know, the makeup and the fucking like, you know, the Botoxes and the surgeries,
from
and the,
corsets to high heels and
all of that shit is like, it is socially constructed, right? The problem is, men don't get. Here's ladies, listen. We don't actually give a fuck about that shit. Okay? I'm gonna be real. That shit's being socially constructed by women. Women are doing that to themselves. Like, most men don't, like, I'm not gonna, like, look, like, because I've seen the people that have got, like, way too much makeup on, Ellie. Like, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like, they put fucking shitloads of makeup on. They've got the corset that's, like, squeezing their waist into, like, a fucking, like, you could fit your fucking
but
hands around them.
There is this still.
But that shit, that no one, who actually fucking, like, most men that I would assume, like, they're not into that. They don't want that.
Well,
so why
you only
are you doing
really
it?
need one weirdo. What was that? Murdoch, the guy from Fox News, who owns Fox News. He only lets like blonde women with some cleavage on the TV. So if his fetish
that's
is
one
being,
weirdo though.
Well, but
That's one weirdo though. I'm talking about like.
This one weirdo
I'm
sets
talking
a whole
about like
fashion...
on a societal level, right?
Well,
I'm not talking about one weirdo on like a TV network. Like,
well,
just
but
because
one
one weirdo on a
sets...
TV network is
again, this one weirdo sets the fashion for the entire network, and kind of also sets a fashion standard for everybody at home.
Well, okay, no, but does that make every single fucking woman on the planet want to have blonde hair?
No, but if you got like
that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't have to do that, right?
It is that, you know, sometimes these women have to dress for one big guy that has the power to for overall networks.
Ellie, the problem is we're talking about two completely different things, right? Because I'm not talking about like, oh, you get a job at Fox News and they have a weird fucking dress code because the CEO is a creep, right? Like, that's not the same as women doing things to themselves when they don't have to, which they do, right? That's completely different, because they think that they do, because of the fact that they're getting socially pressured, not necessarily by men, but by other women who tell them, oh yeah, if you do this, then you'll attract all of the men, right?
Yeah, and that's in part set
even
by
though
the
if you
weird
like
women.
asked a guy, like if you asked a normal fucking guy who's not Rupert Murdoch, right? If you asked like a normal dude, they're gonna be like, look, just be nice to me, you know, just fucking don't be a cunt, and just be, you know, you don't need to fucking like torture yourself to fucking attract someone. You just need to be a nice person. You know, it's not that difficult.
I can see that a couple of big, you know, big powerful people set a standard, and then other people. Oh,
I think the problem with your hype, like, it's conspiracy. You're saying, oh, the big powerful men, right? Control the beauty standards of the entire world, right? And this is, I kind of got a little bit off the plot, but I want to loop back. But I'm like, no, I want to loop back, but I have to address the fact that I think that the position that you're taking is insane. Because I do not think that beauty standards are set by Rupert Murdoch and fucking Bill Gates and Elon Musk.
I don't say
whatever,
that.
Right?
It's more nuanced,
no, I know you didn't say them
specifically.
I know you didn't say them specifically, but you're making it out like there's some kind of fashion Illuminati or some shit
Nah,
that like decides, oh yeah, no, this is the thing. No, what it actually is, right, is there are sets of things that we have biological programming to find attractive, right, at a base level, right, and then those things get exaggerated over time, right? So
at
most
different
straight men,
times in different eras.
most straight men, right? We like the boobs, we like the ass, we might have a preference for one or the other or both, right? On a basic level, you see naked lady, your pee get hard, right? You are attracted to the woman, right? Is what I'm saying, right? You're attracted to women on a general sense, right? And that's just fucking factual. That's how it is. We weren't like told to find women hot. And so what we find hot in the woman, right, is not like, oh, the Illuminati told us that the only women that are attractive are the big booty bitches, right? Right? That's not how it works. It's a biological thing, right? It is a genetic thing. I actually assume it would be a genetic thing, frankly. Like the preferences, like for what people are into, might actually have a genetic component. I can't prove that. I don't have any research on it, but I think it would be interesting to find out. But like this is what I mean. Like there's two conflicting philosophies going on here, where you have one side that wants to say everything is socially constructed, and we could just like we can force society like to think about this from. Hang on, okay, I want to make this make sense, right? Right? Because I'm kind of getting a little bit off track, right? But I want to try and bring this back. So, fat acceptance, right? There's this idea that if we change advertising, right? If we put a bunch of like fat women in swimsuits in posters, that's going to somehow magically make most men attracted to land whales, for lack of a better term, right? Because I'm not talking about like fit girls. I'm talking about like obese, right? Like straight up giant fucking BBWs or whatever, right? And look, there are some guys that are 100% into that, right? But I think those guys are into that not because they were conditioned to be into that. They're into that because that's what their brain is like evolved into having them be into, right? And so I don't buy into this idea of, if we just like propagandize and advertise enough, we're going to be able to change the sexual preferences of the entire planet. Right? I think it's a bit more complicated than that.
Yeah, and just to say, right, I'm not saying that all of fashion and beauty standards are set by some creeps at a TV station or whatever. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I just think that there's a difference between the micro level and the societal level.
Yeah.
Right.
But there are pushes and pulls, and people can make a fashion popular for like the next 10 years. And and then it goes like, and I think there's like what I'm getting at is there's like levels to this, right? There's a difference between like a hairstyle becoming a trend because of TikTok and completely changing the sexual preferences of the male population. Yeah.
Right? Like, I don't think that to tie this into the anime discussion, right? The cute anime girls, right? I think most men just find cute anime girls attractive because they hit on basic level attractiveness, right? It's, perfect ratios because they're drawings, right? Perfect ratios, perfect sizes of busts, and lots of variety, right? Like you have your flat-chested girls, you got your big booby girls, you got your big ass girls, you got your fucking like, different colored hair, different colored eyes, everything under the fucking sun, right, is in anime, right? And I think that appeals broadly in terms of attractiveness to most men, right? If we're talking about, hetero, right? Because that's what I know, because I am one, right?
Yeah.
Might be different for gay men. I don't know. Maybe because maybe the gay men are into like I've seen some like gay shit on Twitter, right? So that's what they're into. That's what they're into. But I can only talk about it from the perspective that I have, right? Like, I don't think that it's because they propagandized hard enough to make those anime girls attractive. I think that it's the opposite. It's the anime girls are base level attractive to most people, and that's why they're popular. And of course, marketers and people that want to sell product pick up on this and they go, oh yeah, we can use this to sell product, right? We can use this to do thing, right?
Mhm.
So yeah, all right, yeah, that was
No,
I got a little off the rails there because I was formulating that on the fly, trying to be like, how do I explain this? How do I condense this complicated shit into an easy to understand point?
Well, you got Howda all riled up saying, "Oh, most women have 100 body this, 100 body pounds."
Yeah, all of that shit. Well, that's a completely different topic. I'm not talking about that. I'm not even getting into that. That's a different thing. Like I'm specifically talking about the idea that you can socially construct attractiveness, right? Like you can socially construct what is societally accepted. And look, I don't have a problem with more variety. More variety is good. I don't think anyone would say, oh, the BBW lovers shouldn't be allowed to have their BBWs, right? They're big bitches, right? They're massive obese women, right? If you're into that, you're into that. I'm not going to judge you, right? However, I think that most of the population is not inherently into that. And it's not just because they were like propagandized as a child into being not into that. I don't think that's how it works.
Yeah, anyway, enough about this.
Yeah, we should.
Let's go
Enough
to
about
the video.
this. Let's see what our man's gonna say.
Go deeper than that. The whole spending money on virtual girls didn't really spawn in the 2020s with gacha games, but it actually came about in the 1990s with Japan's economy fucking dying. So throughout the 1970s and 80s, Japan's economy was literally too good to be stopped. Their consumer goods were everywhere. Companies like Sony and Toshiba were popping off and flooding foreign markets with quality goods. Hell, even my own country of Malaysia was
He's
he's Malaysian. There we go. I knew it was one of those SCA countries.
I forgot. Yes, I do.
Yeah, I forgot too. Yeah, he mentioned it in another one of the videos.
Yeah.
I thought it was like Singapore or Thailand or something, but no, it's Malaysia.
Oh yeah, we were like, he's so much like an American that we couldn't.
Yeah, that was the meme. He was so much like an American, we thought he was an American.
Yeah.
Because he acts like one. Oh man.
Or Japan craze, so much so that our government at the time created the Dasa Pandang Timur program, or the Look East initiative, which held countries like Japan as the perfect role model for Malaysia to emulate. But with every high, there will always be a low. And this golden period of Japan came crashing down in the 1990s with Japan's lost decade. This was a period in Japan marked by a really bad recession, with Japan's economy essentially imploding. The economy slowed, youth unemployment rose, people were straight up not having a good time. And it's here that the whole anime waifu market, or moe economy, got started. Since the economy was literally crashing.
I don't.
So, yeah, I think you and I are on the same wavelength.
Is this
where
causation?
Yeah. Like this reminds me a lot of the whole Cool Japan stuff, where it's like, oh, it's all some like, oh, the economy's going down. What do we do? Okay, let's unleash the entity, the nebulous entity of Japan, right? The singular entity decided, oh, our economy is down, anime waifus, right? And I hate it. I fucking hate it. It's like, that's not how these things work. They don't work like that. Countries are not monoliths, right? They don't function like monoliths. the Japanese people did not all get into like a giant room, all like what fucking million of them, right? They all got in a room and they all used like telepathy or something to collectively decide to unleash the anime girls to fix the economy, right? Like that's not how that works.
So I don't know when the lost decade actually started. It probably wasn't like precisely 1980. Then that is when the recession started. But I'm just looking at like the top anime of the time, and I don't know. Fist of the North Star is there. Is that like the anxieties?
Yeah,
of
like
a
the
recession?
moe boom didn't start until like the mid 2000s, didn't
Yeah,
it?
not like
before
the
the moe
95.
boom was like 2005, yeah, or something like that, like around there.
I see that like Saint Seiya started airing. Oh, there's like a manga, so it's difficult. But Saint Seiya started anime in like 1986, so that's like at least in the middle of the whole big recession. And I don't know. I see here like a top 30 anime of the 1980s. Shoko Shosera, and she's like orphaned and forced as a server. Is that about the anxiety of a economic recession? I don't know.
Yeah, it's like I said, I don't, like the moe boom that he's talking about. I don't think that happened in the time frame that he's set out. Because like I thought that because it could be warped perspective because obviously we look at it from like when we got the stuff, right? So maybe that's got something to do with it. I'm not 100% on that. But let's let him cook. Let's see what he says.
And burning in Japan, people there just didn't have the confidence to spend. And with plenty more people losing their jobs, many were scared of their situation. So they turned to smaller products for comfort. While the main market tanked, niche markets like anime merchandise were on the upswing. Products associated with cute anime characters were generally low cost and widely accessible. And they weren't big financial decisions. Spending a couple of thousand yen on a new apartment in the middle of a recession is vastly different than spending about 60 yen on an anime figurine that makes you feel good. And I'm not joking when I say this. Purchasing anime merchandise was not seen as a financial investment. It was an emotional one. As Patrick Galbraith says in his
Oh, look at this!
Hey,
Look at this!
Which
Our
page?
man has read the book.
Which
But,
page?
yeah, let's see
I
what he
got
said.
it.
book, The Moe Manifesto, quote, "The situation got worse when the economy tanked in the 1990s, which made it harder to get a job and be that ideal man. Moe provides a low-cost, low-stress solution to the love gap problem.
Okay.
Mhm.
I want to bring it up.
Moe provides a
So I believe this was like, isn't this like in the beginning of it, where he's like talking about kind of the background info before he gets into the interviews? I'm trying to remember. I think that was like at the beginning of the book. And so my issue with this, right? Which it's kind of weird because he kind of touches on this in the actual in his script, right? It wasn't the fact that it was anime girls / moe specifically, right?
Mhm.
It was because it was cheap
Yeah.
to get into. It had nothing to do with, like, it could have been like model cars or trains or fucking like anything, right? If it was a cheap hobby that someone could get into, right? That was relatively cost efficient, you know. That's what this feels like to me, right? Is like it just so happened that the stars aligned and moe / anime was in the prime position to fill a market gap, right? And again, I don't. This isn't a malicious thing, right? This isn't something that I feel is a deliberate, like, oh, they targeted the poor, depressed men, right? Who got no job, got no wife, got no life, you know, cheap apartment in Tokyo, can barely afford rent. But you know what you can afford? You can afford that cute little moe anime figurine for like $10 or some shit.
Yeah, and
right?
now that I know that the recession really started in 1995 instead of the 80s, the 80s were like the peak, then I can kind of more look like to Cowboy Bebop, which was like 3 years after the start. And even then, you don't know when that you are in a recession after like 2 years of it. So it's kind of difficult. So like Card Capture Sakura should be made during the time that they knew they were in a recession. What other anime? Trigun, I guess, and Outlaw Star, Karekano.
So, but I think like the actual anime that came out isn't really like I don't feel like it's relevant, right? Because again, to me, it like the actual like it could have been anything. It could have been anything that was low cost, cost effective, easy to get into hobbies, right? Like I wouldn't be surprised if you look into it and you found out like, oh yeah, D&D and other board game type stuff might have been getting popular around this time. Going to arcades, right?
Yeah.
Putting a couple of yen in the arcade machine and playing some arcade games. Could have been a hobby that someone got into at the time because again, it's not about the thing itself, right? It's about it being cheap to get into. And I think he's putting a bit too much emphasis on the fact that it was anime, and he's missing the actual reason, right? And again, in the Moe Manifesto, I think like the point that I think our boy is making, right, was that things were shit at the time, and anime just so happened to be in a prime position to fill that gap, right? It provides the low cost, low stress solution to the problem, right? It wasn't like, again, it wasn't a deliberate thing. It wasn't a thing that like, oh, the Japanese government was like, shit, our male population or our female population is getting depressed. Unleash the anime, right? Unleash the moe on the unsuspecting masses. Yeah,
the opioid of the masses.
That'll stop them. That'll stop them from revolting. That'll stop them from revolting. Just unleash the moe. And I think an interesting like aspect of this, I believe, is in the Moe Manifesto. I can't remember. I think it was when who was he interviewing? He was interviewing one of the guys that made one of the animes, right? And I can't remember which one it was. You might remember, but there was a quote in there about how they were like, yeah, we like made this show for like to sell these like wands or something, right? These like magic toy wands for girls,
Sakura, I guess,
right?
or
and we never like intended for it to like be like this big thing, right? We never intended for it to be this like big popular thing with like all these adults, right? Or we were targeting like little kids, little girls, because we were commissioned by so and so like Bandai or whatever, right? To like the Bandai was like, yeah, we have these like little magic wand things that transform or something, right? And we want to sell that to girls aged like 10 to 14. Make an anime where the character uses our wand, right? And it just so happened that it suddenly became like a moe thing, and we got all these like guys into it. I don't know if it was Pretty Cure. I don't think it was Pretty Cure. I think it was a show like Pretty Cure, because this was like during like maybe, yeah, because this was like during like the fucking 80s and 90s. It was like, go grab it and have a look. I can't remember which one it was, but like something like that, right?
Yeah.
But like again, they specifically say in the interview, oh, we didn't like intend for this to happen. It just sort of happened, right? There wasn't like this deliberate, goal in our mind that we want to attract like the 40-year-old businessman,
yeah,
who's depressed You know, we don't. We want to. We're trying to make that guy Pacifically not so depressed by making this moe show, right? That's not how it worked, right? So yeah. So I feel like the problem with our boy here is he's kind of missing. He's glossing over, I guess, the fact that it's coincidence in a sense.
Yeah,
right?
you know, right time, right place also exist. I mean, you make a popular show on YouTube, and suddenly you're the big star of D&D.
Yeah.
Like Critical Role is the thing.
Yeah.
Of course, I have never seen a single thing of it. I got into D&D without that YouTube channel, so it's completely foreign to me. But lots of people did.
Yeah, and so that's kind of where I'm at with this right now. Is I feel like our boy here is kind of missing the forest through the trees. Like I think the problem I had with this is I feel like he had a conclusion and he's searching for the
yeah, because he already
points
thinks
to make
that,
it.
He already thinks that there's like some deep, disturbing element to moe and whatnot.
Yeah, there's something wrong with people being attracted to the anime girls or something. Like it's causing a societal issue. And I feel like he's set out with a conclusion in mind, and he's formulating a hypothesis that supports his conclusion through like circumstantial evidence, right? Of this happened during the Great Recession or whatever, and that's why now we have Uma Musume girls, right?
Also, I found the thing. It's on page 55. It starts the interview about how they wanted to make a thing for girls and made them idols for dramatic effect, but then it got popular.
There you go. Yeah. So, have you ever seen that? There's like a meme, right? It's based off a tweet, so that someone made a dumb tweet about like video games, and it's like, oh, The Last of Us has like reinvented video games. Video games are so, you know, oh yeah, no video games happened from Mario coming out in the 80s to The Last of Us. It's like a timeline, right? And it's like Mario, literally nothing. The Last of Us. There's an anime version of that too, where it's like Evangelion, and then like, I don't know, Frieren or something, right? Like
I saw a funny edit meme, as in you know, the concept transformed instead of funny haha jokes. Where Noetsu, you got Super Mario Brothers, right? OG first game. Yeah. And you got Super Mario Galaxy.
Yeah.
In that direction, Noetsu, it was announced that after the Super Mario Brothers movie, there will be a Super Mario Galaxy movie. That means there's no Mario games between Super Mario Brothers and Super Mario Galaxy.
no Mario games exist in that time frame. They're not real. They're not real. They're fake. They are fake games that are not real games. They never existed. Just.
Anyway,
fucking...
I'm explaining the meme, but you picture it in your head, and it's the first time I ever saw it. Now laugh.
Yeah, haha.
Good.
Fun, big funny. But anywho, yeah. So let's see how those evil Japaneses, right?
Mm-hmm.
those evil Japaneses up to their evil Japanesey stuff once again. Oh, wait, I hit the wrong button.
Low cost, low stress solution to the love gap problem. People were losing their jobs, and for some, their income. And when the economy is down in the gutter and they have
if you lose your job, you lose your income.
Oh fuck! Why didn't I think of that, Ellie? Why didn't I think of that? Shit. It's like that meme of the black guy's on the laptop, and he's like pointing at the laptop, and the other guy just goes, How did I miss this? How did I do? God. Man. Man. But anyway.
Yeah.
A chance at love as well. So for some, anime characters and their assorted merch offered a bit of an escape. And when you can't afford the big luxuries like cars, housing, or even relationships, you downsize. It just so happens that these new small luxuries looked like anime girls. It's kind of like Labubus, but with anime titties. Patrick Galbraith would continue to say, quote, "You don't need much capital to access moe, and you can do it in a way that suits you. And there are some people that find satisfaction with fictional characters." And that's
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, just raw cute girl, I guess, and then ta-da.
Yeah. Great. Congratulations. You cracked the code. People like the anime girl. It's yeah. This is
Yeah, just like I don't know, because it's an actual book and he references. I like to have like something, pages.
Yeah, it's good that he's basing his argument off something. It's just I feel like he's taking the wrong conclusion. I just think he's wrong is the problem.
Yeah,
because I don't think that's kind of like because Galbraith, right? He's presenting that as like this is what happened, right? Like, he's not presenting it as like it's some nefarious whatever. It's like no, this is just like the history. This is the fact of the matter.
Also, the Moe Manifesto is like 90% interviews. There's barely anything of himself in it.
Yeah.
It's like there's a foreword and then 20 interviews. So
yeah, and then he like does kind of a conclusion at the end. I think I don't remember.
Let me check again. Oh, the last one is.
I think there's like a pseudo conclusion, but I don't remember because it's been a while.
I don't see a conclusion. The last one is Saito Kasama, who
well, then I guess there wasn't one then.
He wrote the Beautiful Fighting Girl. The other big book about anime attraction, female protagonist thing in it. But all it is interviews after interviews, and he gives like sometimes a little side thing, but the only thing of himself really is the intro. So I'm just looking at the intro, and where does he say that? What did he say again?
What? So wait, what part? The part that he quoted?
He just mentioned.
Okay, I'll go back.
Like Labubus, but with anime titties. Patrick Galbraith would continue to say, quote, "You don't need much capital to access moe, and you can do it in a way that suits you."
Oh look, source the Moe Manifesto, page 122.
Ooh, but this is not him. All right. But
wait a minute. Yeah, wait a minute.
I think it's
wait a minute. 122 is not the intro. What's this? What's going on here? Hang on a minute. Wait a second.
At least he does. Why do I'm interested?
At least he sourced it. No, I'll give him points for sourcing it. But
yeah.
Who actually said this, Ali?
So Honda Toru, yeah, this is right. But he said that Galbraith said something.
Yeah. He said Galbraith. So who actually said? Was it in like Galbraith's question to the guy?
Well, who tends to have interests? This is a long thing. No, I think he in 1 second he's going to say that something Galbraith said.
No, he said that already. Hang on, I'll go back.
Awesome. The anime titties. Patrick Galbraith would continue to say, quote, "You don't..."
Yeah, Patrick Galbraith would continue to say, is what he said.
Mm-hmm. Honda.
Oh no. Oh no. Did our boy do an oopsie whoopsie? Did our man do an oopsie, Ellie?
I'm speed reading, blah blah blah.
Oh no.
If this guy did this guy did that.
Oh no.
Gundam. The magazines have cute girls in them. this magazine came out, this character thing, this guy did this. The games came out where you could date them. Denshi Otaku was super popular. Other countries take notice. Haruhi was a thing. People call themselves moe pigs.
Oh my god.
He talks about the attitude that the interviewers take. It's like in the first page. Kind of.
Yeah, but it's page 122.
No, that's the interview.
Well, then where did this quote come from? Who said it?
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see where he said that it's cheap.
Yeah, like the question is like, who said this quote? Did Galbraith say it in the question to the guy, or did the guy say
No,
it
it wasn't in the
answering
question. So, all right. The question was, who tends to have an interest in moe characters? And then,
Okay.
And then, who was this guy again? Honda Toru says, clearly we're talking about those who are marginalized. Get a job is how to be a man. He calls this era. Honda Toru calls this the area of love capitalism. That dating and courtship were tied to consumption. Having the money to do it.
Yeah, I'm actually remembering this now. Yeah, I'm remembering this part of the book. Yeah.
So Honda says this moe provides a low-cost, low-stress solution to this problem. Love on our terms. The otaku.
So why did he attribute it? Oh no!
So he did an oopsie. He
did an oopsie. Hang on, I'm gonna put a meme. This is my reaction. I put it in the images chat. You'll have to bring it up. You'll have to put it. We'll put it in the meme corner of the overlay.
Alright, let me.
I'm just like no.
Oh, damn! I didn't start up the super program.
Oh no!
You have to repost it in 2 seconds.
You tell me when. You tell me when. Hang on, I'll delete.
You'll see when the bot is logged in.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah. Okay. There you go.
Hey, there it is.
It's just like, oh no. Oh no.
Oh, wrong element.
Just, what did you do, buddy? Yeah, there it is. There it is. Oh no. Oh no. No. It's a fucking. Buddy. Now look, I'm gonna be charitable. I'll be charitable, right? I'll say it's just a mistake, right? Like he probably wanted to quote. Like it would have been better if he quoted the actual person who said the quote, right? Because, like, yeah, that guy is making a point about how the moe capitalism, right?
Yeah.
Is, whatnot. You don't need much capital to get invested in it, right? So. The quote, like, the issue isn't the quote. It's just he's attributed it to the wrong fucking person. It's just fucking. My man, it might be a good idea to check your sources and reread your script. Just saying, right?
And for all these people who are important or influential or noteworthy in one way or another, these are all opinions of individual people. They are not like a magazine.
Yeah, that's something to keep in mind with the Moe Manifesto, is that it is, again, Japan is not a monolith, right? The Japanese people are not a monolith. They are individuals with their own opinions and their own thoughts, right? They're not all the same, right? So just because this one guy in the book who might have, good credentials, right, says a thing, does not mean that you should just immediately take that as gospel for the entire population.
No,
right?
Because this guy has this specific guy, this Honda Toru guy, he's the kind of the one who talks about the love capitalism, the gap, the what was it? a philosophical history of unpopular men. So that's a book title he wrote. The book
Right,
of the
right.
title he
So
wrote.
his whole thing is researching
The gaps and gaps and failings and fallings of love and expectations. Apparently that is Honda Toru's thing. So he's going to talk about that. If you talk to, I don't know, some other guy, who is this? Medea June, who is a writer for Key, with all the visual novels with planets and stuff. He's going to say other things about
yeah.
And this
exactly.
guy, this illustrator for the
so
Haruhi
while it is good that our man is using the Moe Manifesto, right? It is good that he is using a source. He is using a thing.
Yeah.
Little bit of misuse of the source here. Just a little bit. A little bit of misusing of the source, which is not good. So, fuck. Excuse me. So let's continue.
You need much capital to access Moe, and you can do it in a way that suits you. And there are some people that find satisfaction with fictional characters. And that's the appeal of the Moe economy during this time. In these characters and merch, there was no recession, no love gap, no expectations. The Moe economy didn't just appear overnight. It was an emotional response to compensate for the opportunities lost by a generation of Japanese men and women. It was a cheap, soft, and easy to defend form of comfort. But eventually the economy would recover by the early 2000s. And with the Moe economy doing...
Not super exactly.
Some people would say it never recovered.
If I'm looking at graphs, and graphs are reality, as we all know, it's barely has changed since the kind of the drop.
Well, the problem is, like, my understanding, and of course I'm not an economist, nor am I heavily researched into the topic, so I am a random Kiwi on the internet with opinions about Japan, right?
Mm-hmm.
From my understanding, right, the whole economy bubble thing, right, was not the normal operation of the economy in the first place, right? It was, okay, we're after World War II, everything's booming, we're having a massive, influx of investment from other countries, plus tourism, plus, big our own economy locally is, everyone's buying stuff, everything's nice and cheap, everything's great, right?
Big export,
we're exporting big stuff overseas, big times, right? That was not going to be the economy forever, right? That was not sustainable.
It kind
What's
of
the thing that I've said?
Like...
Ellie, what is something that I've said multiple fucking times?
Line goes down. No.
Yes. No, yeah, not just that, but infinite growth is not sustainable, right? You cannot sustain infinite growth. We do not have resources for that. That's not how it works, right?
Mm-hmm.
So obviously what happened was the economy recessed because it wasn't in a sustainable spot in the first place, right? And now it hasn't like recovered. I would use the term normalized to what it should have been. Right? It went down to the point, like maybe it dipped a bit lower than it should have been and gone, it's now at the point where it probably should have been to begin with. Right? I don't think like you can say, oh, it recovered, right? Because you can't recover back to a state in which it was unsustainable in the first place. That's not how that works, at least in my mind. Again, not economist. I'm a random guy on the internet.
From a big distance, of course, and not even knowing why the Japanese had a bubble and why it crashed, it also kind of feels like a little bit of a Dutch disease. Do you know the term Dutch disease in economics?
No, I am not familiar with your
with my infections.
Your disease. Yeah, your disease.
The Dutch disease is an economic concept where you have one export, one industry, that's so big and so more lucrative than all other industries in your country that it only makes sense to only invest in that industry.
Mm.
And when that industry declines or even just stagnates a little bit, then suddenly all investment stops. And then your whole country is falling because one small part of the industry that grew so big then causes the fall of just your. And also, it's of course, because only the industry that is so lucrative becomes bigger, all investments in other industries stop. Because it just doesn't make any sense. You got 10% interest on this thing. Why invest in something that gives you 3% investment in agriculture or office space, like building buildings that only gives you 3% investment? Why do that when this thing over here gives you 10%? And
Right.
it's that when the investment or when your biggest industry suddenly stagnates and your entire nation suddenly has no investment anymore, falls
It's
down.
almost like you shouldn't fucking put all your eggs in one basket.
And the thing about in every oil producing country is kind of a Dutch diseased country.
Yeah, it's kind of an example of this, isn't it? Yeah, because if you put all your money into the oil and then oh shit, we ran out of oil. Isn't that exactly what happened to Venezuela? Like Venezuela was like, oh yeah, we have all this oil.
Venezuela, big oil producing country. America got slightly mad at it, threw a little bit of sanctions on it, and suddenly the whole country collapses.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna grab another drink because my can is actually empty.
Ooh.
I drank all my energy drinks. So I'll be back in a quick sec.
I didn't even really remember you cracking it open. Maybe it was just me. Samu, you would know. Did the Retsu crack it open for you? I kind of vaguely remember it though, but maybe it's just like the memories of the 50 other times it cracked open. Did you crack it open, Retsu? At the start of the stream.
Figured I'd go with another can. So let me come back, and you get 2 this time. You get 2 of them.
Hey.
Oh, that was a crack right there. Oh yeah.
Oh, Naretsu Samu didn't hear you crack the first one.
Yeah, you were talking when it was
no,
so
sorry.
That's probably why.
Yeah,
you heard that one though.
My
fridge is full as fuck right now because I didn't mention this before, but like so Mum, there's this like company. I think it's called like Cured. They're based in Christchurch. And Mum brought gift boxes from them for she was gonna like buy them and then put them in the freezer or whatever for like the holidays, but then it's like she got them too early because she didn't think they'd arrive, so she just brings them around yesterday. And it's like hell yeah. And so it what did it come with? Because I got the spicy one, the hot box. The hot box spicy fucking thing that came with what was it? A hot honey, spicy Carolina Reaper bacon, a fucking Reaper salami. Because this company's all like cured meat type stuff, right? Some spicy beer sticks, Reaper salami salt, some hot sauce. I'm like hell yeah. So yeah, it was good stuff. It's good stuff. But anywho, let's get back into it.
Well, for itself, plenty of people wanted a piece of that anime waifu pie.
Plenty of people.
So by the early 2000s, the moe economy had solidified itself into a proper industry. People were willing to spend on anime characters. It was a legit business model. Some anime during this period that you wouldn't think would be that popular would eventually go on to generate thousands, if not millions worth of dollars in revenue.
For all the hate, the anti-moe brigade was strong at the time. It is a story about troubles and drama and conflict and getting better and training arcs and all that stuff. So Yeah, it's popular because you got characters who are likable, that do things that are
It's
hard.
it's almost like when characters relatable, people like them. it's it's almost like people like things that they can relate to, and also I feel like he's doing a bit of a time jump here, right? Because he was talking about like again. Nothing happened in between the 1990s and like when did K-On! Come out? Like 2005 or whatever.
Yeah, I forgot. It's in the Moe manifesto, so it's pretty modern.
Yeah,
best
it was 2009 to 2010. K-On! Came out. I think the manga came out in 2007. Yeah. So
I don't see a specific date mentioned.
Wikipedia says the manga came out on April 9th, 2007 and ran until June 28th, 2012. And then the anime was 2009 to 2010, and then the movie was in 2011.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, Ellie, nothing happened between the 90s and 2010.
Like,
nothing happened at all.
Or
nothing came out in between this time frame. It didn't. It's nothing. No anime happened until then.
Gurren Lagann.
Yeah, he's like missing some crucial fucking historical context here, right?
Or just skipping over.
I don't think that the Moe boom of the 90s, right, in like what happened is directly correlated to K-On!'s success.
No, because you got Lucky Star. Lucky Star was the huge one.
Yeah, Lucky Star came out first, didn't it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So it's like, yeah, what do you again, it's like the timeline meme where it's like you had like the Moe boom in the 80s, the 90s and 80s, and then absolutely nothing
until
nothing happened. God, I almost feel tempted to pull up paint.net and just make a version of the meme. Just make my own version of that meme because I could, like right now. It'd be funny. Oh man, but anyway,
this is the most moderating and switching I have to do up till now.
Yeah. Oh man. It's crazy. But anyway, let's keep going.
Just because the corporations behind these anime were shilling them hard, but also because of how Japanese otakus changed in interacting.
Hey, I was in those halls.
Essentially, Japanese otakus went, fuck the story, give me them anime titties.
Nah,
okay.
Wait a minute.
This is the what the fuck are you talking? Again, what did I say? Like, what did I say before, right? About gacha games and how if you like if you just have the anime boobies, your game's probably going to fucking not work, right? It's not going to work out for you, right? How you kind of need to be able to do stuff that's a bit more, you got to have a hook. You got to have something that brings it in. It's not just about the anime titties, right? The anime titties are nice, right? The anime titties are nice, but it's not like the entirety of the story here, right? And I think that's the problem.
I'm somewhat reminded of was it Saito Kazama? Do I say that? No, it's not Saito. Never mind. I'm mixing people up. But the guy who wrote Database Animals, I kind of feel like he's kind of making a database thing where I forget who is it. Wasn't that Hideko? Damn, I'm going to look it up.
Yeah, you do that. But this is the problem is he's oversimplifying things a bit, right?
Hideko Asuma. That's what it was.
it's
Kazuma,
not
Azuma.
it's not just oh fucking yeah, it's not just fucking the people were like, oh no, fuck, just the anime boobies. We only want the anime boobies. You know, we just you know, no, nothing else matters, right? No, people want more than that. Like a lot of the reason that people were attracted to those characters in the 90s was because they were forming emotional attachments to them, right? It wasn't just oh my PP get hard when I see like the girl in the Gundam show, right?
Hey everyone, what you're
yeah, he's being silly. He's being very
Yeah,
silly.
but also this. All right, so I got the name. I'm no longer embarrassed. I no longer am also the guy writing above me. But the point of Hiroki was that the otaku, the hardcore otaku, don't consume entire narratives. His argument was kind of based in postmodernism. The grand narratives are dead. It's all about small narratives, and the otaku don't consume whole narratives. They consume parts of it and recognize it and put it in a database and pull from the database when they see news story and all the add bits and pieces of a narrative. And in the same way, they can construct a character based on elements and assign already kind of categories on that character based on it. But in that sense, this feels like kind of a Hiroki argument where the otaku don't care for the story, they care for the database elements. But he's kind of being all messy with it. I mean,
yeah,
there is a video where you can say that I agree with Hiroki Azuma, and the otaku are database consumers, just like video games, I guess, and with this jump or this mechanic and this thing and these open world segments and this roguelike element. You can construct a game out of these individual database elements in the same way. And you got a video like that, but he's being very messy with his arguments. I mean, he had one, citation, but citation, but wrong interpretation. That's kind of bad.
So I've got a meme for you. I'm gonna put another meme in the chat. I just finished. Let me see if I can get this to work. So look, I am a creative studies certificate owner, and this is my meme.
Ooh.
This is my magnum opus. This is my meme. Do you like my meme? There you go. Might have to zoom it in so people can actually see what it is, because I made it a bit small, but so look, you got the 90s, right? You got the 90s, and then you got the 2010s, right? And there's no anime, Ellie, that came out between Sailor Moon and fucking K-On! There's nothing happened. Nothing happened, okay? Nothing. No anime came out, Ellie. There was no anime until K-On! That's a
little bit bigger.
There you go.
Maybe can
That's
see.
my. We can hang my little my picture on the fridge. We're gonna hang my little picture on the fridge. Go update paint.net because I haven't opened it in a while as well. So anyway, let me close all my shit down and we can get back to oh man. But anyway,
as the Japanese philosopher Hiroki Azuma said,
oh, look at that!
Hey!
Hey!
I knew it. I know my Japanese cultural critics.
Yeah, there you go. But again, it's like you said, right? Like you could make an argument about this, right? About the database stuff, but it's not very articulated here, right? It's a bit like, how I talk a little bit about how stuff will start in academia, and then when it gets filtered down to the normies, it ends up becoming like massive fucking problems, right?
Yeah.
Because normies don't they misuse the tools, right?
And
You know,
change
they
the
misuse the
context and whatnot.
yeah, they don't understand how to use the thing. That's what this feels like to me. Is like he's read these books and he's like, again, I feel like he has the conclusion in his head and he's read these books and he's kind of morphing the arguments to match his conclusion, right? Because I don't necessarily think that our boy Alzama here was making the point that the anime otaku only give a shit about the titties. But anyway, let's see what he quotes. Let's see what the quote is.
As in his essay, Otaku, Japan's database animal,
there it
he says,
is.
quote, "The importance of the narrative has declined. The characters have become more important in otaku culture. The success of a project is directly determined not by the quality of the work itself, but by the ability to evoke moe desire."
One thing is that Azuma is a bit of a cynic also.
Yeah, that was another thing. Yeah, you gotta keep that in mind as context, right? He is a bit cynical. The other thing is, I would like, okay, so the importance of the narrative has declined. The characters have become more important in otaku culture. I don't necessarily disagree with this, right? Because while I'm, it's just paint.net saying that it's finished. Okay. So while I don't necessarily disagree with this. However, I would argue when you have to ask the question of what you mean by narrative, right? Because I feel like let's go back to the gacha game example here, right?
Yeah.
What is the story of Uma Musume? What is the narrative?
Perseverance, really.
Well, yeah, but like in a general sense. But like, does Uma Musume have a standard story structure? Is what I'm asking.
Yes, kind of, but it's per character, and it's kind
yeah. What did you say, Ellie? It's per character. There's not a like traditional protagonist. You follow that protagonist story for, like Star Wars. Let's use Star Wars. That's an example everyone knows, right? Like, Luke is the main character. He is going on the hero's journey. He is doing the traditional tropes of the hero's journey as he goes through the narrative, right? That is a narrative. These games, like the new kind of like what style, I guess, of doing these kinds of things, right, has moved away from there being a, I guess, grand narrative would be the way to put it, right? Into you now have character-focused narratives, right?
Would
on
you
individual characters.
Would you say that dating sims and visual novels with routes tie into that?
I would. Because again, and so this is why it's important to think about, because I'm like the context in which our boy here, right, our author man, right, our Azuma man, right, is saying this, right, is he's kind of saying it, I assume, because I have to read Database Animals, that's one I haven't gotten to yet, right?
I read it,
so
but
you will
like
have to correct me. You can correct me if I'm being retarded, right? You can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe he's talking about this obviously in a very generalized sense, right? He's talking about this in kind of like a shifting preferences of the audience, right? Not necessarily individually picking out genres and mediums, right? So in that context, I can agree in the general sense that there has been a shift from, let's say, like a grand narrative or a hero's journey style, like those kinds of narratives, right? Into a more character focused. We need to highlight the importance of this particular character. Maybe in a fan servicey way, maybe not, right? Like in not fan service as in sexual, but fan service as in people that are fans of that character getting to see that character in there have their moments, right? And that is definitely more common in the gacha game sphere, where you'll like a character gets released and then they'll have an event that ties into that character, right?
Yeah.
Like the storyline of that event will involve that particular character, right? Very, very, very common for these types of games to do that. So yeah, in a general sense, I can agree. However, again, I don't like the conclusion that this guy is kind of coming to here, right? I feel like it's yeah, I feel like he's taking the wrong message from Database Animals here to try and make his point. I don't know if you feel that.
So Azuma is a cynic, so he would probably say, "Oh, it's bad." Oh, I agree. In that sense, but it is. He talks about, it Database Animals invokes the big concepts of postmodernism with the depth of the grand narrative and whatnot, right?
Right, which is kind of what I was talking about.
Yeah. So I don't know if in this specific context narrative means just the story, or if he's still talking about a grand moral tale. I don't know. It's been a very long time since I read Database Animals, and I don't know the context of what he means by narrative here, because I'm quickly reading up on other stuff, on kind of a summary on Database Animals, and in that the summary says that Azuma calls Evangelion a database of narrative because it pulls from angels and robots and girls piloting robots and whatnot. All these different elements, and he calls them also like, that Evangelion doesn't have a grander narrative. I think that's a bit cynical to say that.
I agree.
Evangelion doesn't have a narrative in that sense.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think that's why this is, like, this guy's, the video man's point, not Azuma's point, is not jiving with me. Because I feel like he's not recognizing that cynical aspect. Because you could filter that, right? Because you can still believe in the database ideas, right? Which I think are accurate to an extent, right? Without necessarily subscribing to the cynical nature of Azuma's kind of presentation, right?
Yeah.
Whereas with this video man, I feel like he's either not recognized that part and that has like filtered into his own perspective, or he is also a cynic, which probably makes sense.
The decline of society,
the decline of narrative, right? The decline of storytelling, right? Like these anime are the decline of something, right? The decline of something. Something is declining, right? But anyhow, let's keep going.
Through characters and illustrations. By this time, Japanese otakus didn't really care for anime or games with
those are the island of
narratives.
VTuber.
Yeah, look, he's doing it now. He's like, oh yeah, the otakus don't care about the grand sweeping narratives, right?
Well, that's exactly what Azuma says. So
yeah, exactly. He's just mirroring. Oh my god. So this is the problem. Again. Okay. Just because someone who is an academic says something doesn't mean that you should just fucking parrot that as if it is the fact of the matter. You should think for yourself.
Yeah.
Right? And again,
or just say you agree. Say you agree.
Yeah, I can agree. Yeah, like do what I'm doing, right? Like I can agree with Azuma's, thesis without prescribing to the cynicism. Right? I can say, yeah, there's a database, and that database, people draw from that database, and it might not even be like a conscious thing. Like people are just like, what's something that I talk about a lot? I talk about like artist influences, right? Big artists get influenced by other artists, and they add things to their work by copying each other, right? We have this never-ending like cycle of people being inspired by art to create new art, and then what do they want to create? The stuff that they like, right? So they make the thing that they're making similar to the thing that they liked in the past, right? And you could maybe think of that as a database type thing, because when you go through the cycles enough times, right?
Yeah.
That's, people are picking up tropes, right? And they highlight those tropes, recognize those tropes. Oh, I should add those tropes to my work because I want it, this is literally what Isekai kind of is, right? And what Naru writing on that website
Yeah.
is, right?
With
It's a
tags and
never-ending
all.
cycle of people just recycling the same ideas, right? Which sometimes it leads to a lot of shit, but sometimes you get an overlord out of it,
Yeah.
or you get a
Spider.
a Mashoko Tensei out of it, right? If we want to talk about this in relation to Girls Frontline, right? Yuzong is very, very well known for being heavily influenced by stuff like Gunslinger Girl and Hideo Kojima as well. Like the recent event, Colonel in GFL 1, right? I won't spoil anything because it was. I've got opinions about it, but I'm not gonna spoil it. But there is a kind of like a Metal Gear Solid homage in that.
Mm,
to Metal Gear Solid 3, right? There's there's a whole scene about the commander's backstory that is like it's not one-to-one, but it's very clear. Like, Yuzong wears his influences on his sleeve, right?
yeah.
He wears, it's very clear that he's going for that kind of vibe and feel, and it's almost a direct reference, right? To the same kind of thing. But it's been remixed in such a way that it's also, while you can recognize the database entry of, oh, that is a Metal Gear Solid, I understand that reference, right?
Mhm.
It's refreshed enough that you can still go, oh yeah, it's a GFL thing, right? It fits
Yeah.
within the narrative.
I do have to
It fits within the story.
clarify one thing, and that's that Hiroki Azuma says that the otaku consume things on a database level. Regular people see Evangelion as a whole story.
Right.
But even
Right.
in the postmodern society, the otaku are super postmodern, and they consume things on a database level. But I think he's broadly talking about otaku as whole Japanese society as a whole. I don't feel like there's a big. He's talking about database consumption, and he says that the whole of Japan is doing it almost. Unless you think the whole of Japan is otaku and so postmodern, they don't see a narrative in anything anymore.
Right. Alright, well, that's good.
Deep meaning. They wanted waifus and they wanted them now. Stories with characters.
Okay, I know it just pulls, which is not good, but who is the they, right?
Yeah.
The
I guess
nebulous
Japanese
they.
men or something.
Yeah, they like this. They do this. But generalizations, no bad. Newspaper on the dog that pissed on the carpet. Bad dog, bad.
Mm.
Don't do that. Be pissed. No, who? Because if he had said like, the otaku, right, or the nerds, I'd still be a bit okay. Yeah, that's generalizing. But because he's using these very vague terminologies now, right? It gets a little bit muddy. It's like what you were saying, right? The difference between otaku versus the general populace.
Yeah.
Right? That is a distinction that is worth making here, right? There's a distinction between, the observations of these two groups and how they behave versus, whatnot. But anywho, let's
that had endearing or personality traits were more marketable and were the new point of obsession for many Japanese otakus. Add on the fact that
at least
coming
for
out of the
many,
1990s,
he's
there was a
at least
sense of
specified for many Japanese otaku.
Yeah.
pessimism across Japan, but with the whole economy imploding, a literal doomsday cult terror attack, and an earthquake that killed about 5,000 people, yeah, Japan had it rough in the 90s. People lost faith in grand epic narratives.
Another problem I have here is he's like jumping around the timeline. Like, we jumped to 2010 and now we're back at the 90s again.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on here? What's the timeline? Be consistent in what you're talking about, because it makes it very confusing to follow.
Narratives about societal progress and utopia. So they consumed media that would give them that original sense of comfort. Anime waifus. As Hiroki Azuma would continue to say in the same essay, quote, the Japanese...
Yeah. lost the grand narrative. Yeah.
Otaku lost the grand narrative in the 1970s, learned to fabricate the lost grand narrative in the 1980s, and in the 1990s abandoned the necessity for even such fabrications and learned simply to desire the database, which is a fancy way of saying by the 1990s, Japanese otakus just preferred more easily
Hey,
definable and
2025.
short
That's
stories.
when I was there.
Hey, maybe you'll show up in the footage.
I didn't see any
Ellie in the
cameras,
background.
so I don't think so.
Characters than complex ones. The childhood friend, the aloof popular girl, the cat girl maid. Rather than complex characters with complex themes, Japanese otakus just wanted things to be simple with no outside baggage. And you do actually see this in a lot of modern day media from Japan. Okay, off rip, gacha games. Gacha games.
Okay, so before he starts overgeneralizing the gacha games, right? Because I know where he's going with this. I fucking know exactly where he's going with this. But again, he's being overgeneral about this, right? Because because again, Azuma is talking in generalities, right? And when you understand that he's talking about in generalities, right, the point makes sense. However, I don't think that yes, there is a lot of databasey stuff going on, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that the grand narratives are completely gone, right? Like, funnily enough, and we'll talk about this when we talk about Cleavatris, because I want to suck the cock of Cleavatris.
Alright,
this
go
week,
ahead.
because I fucking love Cleavatris. Cleavatris is interesting because while you could argue there are some databasey aspects within it, it doesn't really, like, I wouldn't classify it as a grand narrative, but it definitely has a narrative.
Yeah.
There's definitely some interesting stuff going on in Cleavatris, both lore-wise and in terms of the world building, right? Specifically, right? It's not just like the author picked a bunch of tropes, right? And just slapped them into a generic fantasy show. Like, it feels like the author really took their time to try and craft something unique and interesting while still being recognizable. Because that's the reason the database is a thing, is because if you, like, original things are a hard sell, right? Because you're basically taking a shot in the dark in that whether or not people are going to like something or recognize something. Whereas if you pick a bunch of tropes that are recognizable, right, people are going to be able to say, oh yeah, that's like Star Wars. That's like that other thing. Like, I was talking about, like, the Metal Gear Solid reference in GFL, right? Like, people recognize what that is and can go, oh yeah, I understand what the author's intent was here with this, right? Because it relates to this other thing where the author's intent was this, and I can kind of see the parallels, right? The comparing and contrasting of the execution of these two ideas, right? So I feel like simply boiling this down to, oh, those dumb fuck otaku don't care about the grand narratives. They just want their tsunderes and their kanderes and their big titty fucking waifus.
Tsundere.
Or yeah. Like, I think that it does a disservice to Azuma's original, like, hypothesis. I feel a little bit. Because I think that, yeah, there's interesting stuff there to talk about in terms of, like, database animals. There's, like, an interesting conversation to have about the way that we formulate, like, narratives and storytelling, right? But we can't have that discussion because when that idea gets filtered to people like this, it suddenly becomes, okay, how can I use this to bash the nerds? Right? How can I use this to fucking beat the shit out of the nerds that want their shit?
I am Database Animals. Good book. Very good concept. I at least from what I remember, when I read it, like, ooh, this is insightful.
Again,
interesting.
it's an interesting idea to talk about. It's an interesting,
but it's not
concept.
I do feel that somewhere there's refinement possible. maybe
And it's not the word of God even.
no, it's an opinion, and I agree mostly with the opinion, but there are parts that's like, oh man, Mr. Azuma, you're going a little bit far in this part, but I'm on board with it, like 80-90%, I guess.
You had me in the first half, I'm not gonna
And
lie.
the second and the third, but the fourth, I'm questioning a bit.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit. Yeah.
So yeah, Azuma is very, from what I remember, and I remember Joe mentioning that was like there was kind of a sequel book because Database Animals, Azuma didn't invent database consumption all on his own. He took an earlier version of database and then applied it to otaku and postmodernism in this way. And there is something of a sequel to the two database animals. But I forgot who or where, what the title of that was. But that's also how it goes, of course. Hey, somebody invents a concept or thinks of a concept. Oh, that's a good concept. Let me refine it and explore it in this way. Oh, that's pretty good, but it's a little bit too specific to this group. Let me broaden it out a little bit and make it more generally applicable. And then somebody does that. And I'm like, oh, this broader concept can be applied to my more specific part. And then it goes on forever in your big academic cycle of books and publishing and whatnot.
Right.
So yeah, but one of the criticisms of database animals was something in kind of the cultural and was kind of also somewhere predicting the future somewhat, and it of course didn't come true and was too harsh in this and that way. But I forgot what it was specifically. So
right.
Ignore me, I guess.
Right. Let's get into. I'm gonna have to defend my gotcha games, aren't I? I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to become the strongest defender of the gotcha. I will defend my gambling addiction. No, all right. No, let's see what he has to say. Let's see what he says.
Are defined by having a huge roster of characters for the player to pull for. But these characters aren't really characters. Outside of a small lore blurb, these characters are defined by the tropes they present as. The loud tomboy, the monotone lolly, the voluptuous big sister type. This is as far as characterization will go for most gacha games. These characters will...
So, again, it really fucking depends on the game. Because I can, again, it's similar to what I'm saying about database animals. I agree that there are a lot of gacha games where, I mean, hell, in GFL 1, there's plenty of, like, gun girls that they put out where, yeah, they're pretty much just database, database characters.
Database tropes was something.
Database tropes, right? Yeah, and they don't usually have a lot of impact on the story, right? That is true. However, one thing I would excuse me. Oh, there we go. One thing I would preface is, first off, GFL 1, right, is an older game, right?
Yeah.
So it came out kind of in a bit more of a era where that kind of, like, more is better, like, quantity over quality, I guess, right? I don't think this is true for a lot of modern gacha games. And the reason I say that is because the transition from 2D to 3D has vastly, like, affected gacha games, right? Because they're now spending a lot more, like, it's not just, oh, we can hire an artist to draw a JPEG, right? Like, we have to 3D model, we have to rig, we have to animate, we have to put all of this money into creating a character, right? And then we have to sell that character so that we can get enough money to make the next character.
Yeah.
Right? That's kind of the cycle here. And so just making the character a database character is not good enough in the 3D era of gacha games. You have to actually have something there. And this is why, in a lot of these games, when the new characters come out, they always tend to come out with a coinciding character event. even if it's not like a main story event, right? It'll be like this specific character's like side story or something, right? And a lot of gotcha games have kind of even 2D ones like Project Neural Cloud, for example, even though that's kind of in maintenance mode, right? When that was still going on, right? Or when they were making content for it, every time a new character came out, even though it was a 2D game, that character got an event. And that event would be specifically about that character and be a story about either the background of that character's interaction with other characters in the same setting, right? And it would tie into, again, trying to sell you that character, right? Either via, if you weren't like sold on the look of the character, they would try to sell you on the personality of the character. And you can't sell someone on a one-note personality, right? You because you might be into a tsundere, right? But some tsunderes are better than others, right?
Oh yeah. Also, the tsunderes are also defined by the person that they like, and if the person they like is trash and boring or whatnot, then the tsundere needs to pick up a lot of slack for that. And if the reasons why the tsundere likes the main character are stupid, then the tsundere is stupid for liking the guy, etc., etc. I mean, Rin from Fate Stay Night or Fate series in general. If Shiro wasn't an interesting enough character, and if Shiro wasn't just sabotaging Rin unintentionally, like for half of the game, then why Rin would be a tsundere would be stupid. But she has a reason. Shiro is sabotaging the whole Holy Grail war. And he's stupid and doesn't know what to do. And Rin is kind enough to not let somebody just die because they didn't know what was going on. But she's still annoyed that she has to do this, and that she's technically helping an enemy that he has to fight. That she has to fight later with the skills that she taught him.
So
herself.
the TLDR here obviously is it's more complicated than just she's a tsundere.
No, yeah, she's kind of mean to you. That's not tsundere.
Right. So this is kind of what I'm getting at here. I was distracted. Like when it comes to gotcha, because again, I've experienced. I'm an experienced gotcha addict, right? I've experienced in the field, right? I agree that database. There are games that do rely on the databasing, but I think again he's being overly generalizing here, right? And I think that you wouldn't have people getting into games like ZZZ, right, if there wasn't more to it than just, look at the funny meme Beatrice girl, or, look at the sexy rat girl, right? I think that there's more to it than that, right?
Alright, so I have not played a second of Zenless Zone Zero. I haven't either. I've seen 5 seconds of gameplay of Zenless Zone Zero, and still don't know. No idea how it actually plays, but I can tell what the characters are about from their idle animations, from their character art, their key art.
ZZZ is a very expressive game,
and I can tell what Burness's personality is for the most part from that one music video. Like, all right, she's bubbling, she's excited, she's chaotic, she's somewhat careless. And
she's a database, Ellie. There's nothing else to her.
You're a database, Naretsu. How about that?
No, it's But anyway, getting back to it, I don't like this thing people do where they try to overgeneralize, right? What's going on here? I feel like what needs to happen is this man should maybe look into stuff.
Yeah.
See if his generalizations are actually true, right? Because I can understand, like, if you're someone like you that hasn't played any of these games, right? I can understand if you looked at it from like an outside perspective, you might think, these are just database stuff, right? I can understand why you would think that. But if you actually experience them and then you come to find out, oh shit, wait a minute, there's some substance here. It changes the perception you had, right? I know Gouda brought up Arknights as well. Like Arknights is another example specifically that it's a 2D one that does this thing I'm talking about, right? Where right now the event that just ended was about Iblana / Necrosis, or whatever her code name, right? The necro dragon pussy, as I like to nickname.
All right.
the necromancer. So, Ellie, do you like the IRA? Do you like Irish independence?
Yeah, kind of actually.
Would you be interested in Irish independence struggle between two conflicting dragon ideals, trying to big political weird? I'm going to succeed the throne to you, but I can't succeed the throne to you because there can only be one dragon, and the populace needs to think that we're all the same dragon, right?
Political
big,
intrigue,
complicated,
and conspiracy.
Big thing. Now, I want you to imagine that told through the perspective of a fairy tale.
Oh, right. Yeah. So
you have a writer at a bar talking to another character at a bar, going over events that happened in the style of if it was a fairy tale.
Yeah.
That's what happened in the last Arknights. And it was great. It was fucking great. Like the reveal at the end when it was like, oh yeah, this is like Iblana like talking to this guy who was like a fucking defector who became an author, and she's like getting revenge on him, right? In a sense, right? Or like fight, like doing stuff. It's fucking great. It's fucking great. It's hard to like get real into it without dipping into explaining the whole plot, right? But it ends up being this really interesting like look into like the okay, now we can have a king that is not a necro dragon that's spreading necromancy fire all over the place. Right?
That sounds pretty good, actually. So they got rid of the Princess Queen, and
yeah. Well, it is. Well, that's the thing with Arknights, right? Arknights, all of the factions and stuff, and all of the countries are all based on like real life. Like there is like the dude. So at the end of the event, right? So Victoria is Britain, right?
Yeah.
And so Victoria has just gone through the dissolution of the monarchy.
Oh,
right. So they had so what happened? Okay, fuck the video. It's Arknights lore time. Okay, Ali, I'm catching you in the fuck up, right? So the Sarkaz invade not London, right? Londinium, right? And they take that. So the king gets betrayed by the dukes and gets killed.
Yeah, War of the
Roses.
And then
the Sarkaz
thing, maybe.
And then the
War of the Roses was a time where there was like big fights.
Kinda. So yeah, because basically what happens is the dukes betray the king and all the king's guard and all that shit. They get fucking killed, right? The Sarkaz then walk on in and are like, oh yeah, you need an army. We'll be your army. Oh wait a minute, no, fuck you. We're just gonna take.
Oh no. Yeah.
So then big war happens, and Victoria, who is the heir to the crown, right? The Queen Elizabeth, right? Shows up, and she's like, I don't want to be queen.
All right.
Queen's bad, right? No queens. We're going to create parliament.
All right.
Democracy time. Big democracies are happening in Britainland, right?
Yes.
Meanwhile, you have the Irish faction, like Irish, Scotland, like they're all kind of mixed into one, right? So like Ireland, Scotland faction, the Norths, right, have been subjugated by Victoria for ages, and the same shit that happened in real life, where we have to suppress the culture, right? We have to turn them into British, right? Same shit happened. So you have a bunch of the Irish faction, now that they have regained a king, right, through the dragon nonsense, right? they are now like, okay, we want independence.
Yes.
We want to have the independence now. And so Reed, who is not the dragon puss, the necro girl, right, who has now become the king of the, you know, the Dublins, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look, the king of the fucking Irish, right? Sends a letter to the Duke of Castor and basically says, look, I don't want no war. We're not going to do a war, but you motherfuckers going to leave us the fuck alone.
Yeah.
Right? And the Duke of Castor is like, we cannot fucking allow them to succeed. So I guess we're just going to have to leave them alone and let them do their thing. But they still need to be under the thumb of Victoria because we can't let them have full...
Yeah.
We're going to give them some freedom. Right? It's basically how it
Devolution,
plays
as
out.
they call, is it called?
The illusion of free choice, yeah. So yes, yeah. So again, Arknights. If you looked at it, right?
Pretty girls with guns.
Oh yeah, look, she's like, you look at like the design of Imblana, right? She's purple dragon, right? She's got like purple fire and a staff and a fucking like is like ghostly necro zombie soldiers and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could easily like database the fuck out of that design,
yeah,
right? And if you looked at like the personality blurb, right? But then if you actually read the fucking story, it's like, yeah, this is a bit more complicated than just like a database thing. This is like an interesting allegory / you know, take on
retelling
real history. Yeah. Because it's obviously not one-to-one, but I feel like you can tell that the creators of Arknights, they're looking at like shit that happened in real life and they're adapting that into their own world building, right? Like the whole shit with Dublin is very much definitely like connected to stuff like you know, going to war to the point that it like almost self-destroys your own people. When do we have to like reel it back a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And protect what we have, right? Instead of constantly trying to like get what we lost, right? And that kind of questions and moralities and stuff. So anyway, that was my big rant about how fucking great Arknights is and how this man here needs to like broaden his horizons, I guess.
Yeah, and you know, it's all outside perspective, of course, and of course, gotcha. So it's impossible for me to ever get that story. But you know, there's...
well, it actually isn't because there are like websites. I know because GFL has one. I think there is one for Arknights. I'd have to go find it again because I did find it, but there's like a website where you could just read the story like it's a VN.
But I kind of
like,
want to play
online.
the game in that. Unless the game.
I mean, but what I'm saying is like the story itself is not inaccessible if you don't play the game, right?
All right.
There are ways to experience just the story without having. I mean, the anime, right? Like the anime that just aired is like a faithful telling of the game's story right up to like the end of like the Chernobog, Russia, Hong Kong situation. Maybe they might get to Victoria in a bit. Like that'll be like the next arc, right?
Yeah.
If they make a new anime, it'll probably be a Victorian arc anime. So, if you just watched the Arknights anime, you would get a perfectly serviceable interpretation of the game story. Like it's almost 1-to-1, right? So. I'm just saying there are ways to experience the story without having to play the game that are perfectly fine.
Yeah, and I'll bring up briefly my game in this sense, Fire Emblem, of course, because you know Fire Emblem has a lot of characters, and when you first get them, when you first meet them, they are the trope. He's glasses guy. This is bubbly pink girl.
Look, the blue, the short blonde blue faction man, and the carefree black guy with the dreads, and the queen, empress looking girl, red faction. Ooh.
Yeah, and then you find out that the guy with the glasses around him, he's a nerd he was sent to the academy by his parents with the last money they had or something. But Retsu, he doesn't care for it. He wants to be an artist. He wants to paint. Oh no! Just wait, and then it becomes a small story about, you know, are you going to do what your parents told you to become, or are you becoming what you want to be? And then
oh wow, look at that! So I did a quick akgcc.github.io. You can you can read. They literally like just put out the story I'm talking about. So
give me a link and I'll maybe read it.
I'll put it in the chat.
I'm of course very busy with Still Silk Song. But...
a good thing about the Arknight story as well is that like a lot of it is like, so there are overarching, like there's the main story and then there's like the side stories, right? And the side stories are like, there are like some side stories have multiple parts to them that you should probably read for further context, but a lot of the time you can actually just self-contain it. Like
Yeah.
the you know, the when the Engels are ashes, this story, right? You could read this without any prior like knowledge of anything, and it's a perfectly serviceable like story, right? So you don't need like any massive background information to kind of get into it, right? So yeah, no, I would, yeah. It's good stuff.
Just to finish off, basically that yes, all these characters, all these Fire Emblem characters, when you meet them, there's a lot of them. They start out of trope and then they develop as the story goes on. And I only will say that unfortunately, I never got the impression that with Engage they develop beyond the thing they started out with. And even if they developed a little bit, I never really thought it was super interesting. But you know, Three Houses, a lot of characters change and develop. Our blue blonde guy, if you know him, he falls into a big depression and becomes like a murderous vagabond.
I've seen some pictures, yeah.
He becomes like a murderous vagabond, so revenge at all costs. And then the story about with the Blue Lions route is that, all right, you know, time skip, Byleth, your main character, your avatar, disappears for like 5 years. And then in the meantime, the capital of the Blue Lions guy gets taken over. And so he's like a useless king who couldn't even protect his own people. And now he's just basically a homeless guy just killing random patrols from the enemy army because he has nothing better to do. And then you pull him back with, oh no, there's more to life than revenge, and no, the voices that you hear from the people you're disappointed are just your own insecurities and your own demons. They don't exist other than in your heart. Forgive yourself, and then you know that they have forgiven you, etc., etc., etc. So yeah. Characters can become more than the tropes they are when you first meet them.
The database is not everything.
No,
right? The database is not everything.
And you know, I don't necessarily believe that otaku exclusively consume in the database, because that's because you know that sounds very cynical and very very removed from. What my experience is, at least. And we have watched a lot of anime.
We have watched so much shit, yeah.
And also a lot of RPGs with anime sensibilities and aesthetics and whatnot. And, you know, when I first see a character, I might database, you know, oh, blonde hair, twin tails, short skirt, bubbly personality.
I got a good idea. I got a good beat on, like, the general, like, vibe of this character. And then it'll be after that. Yeah, after that, then it'll be like, oh, okay, so that's what they're doing.
Yeah, okay. But, you know, for the same way, am I not doing this with just regular people on the street?
Yeah. Yeah, you see a guy with like gang tattoos and a gang fucking,
On a big
patch on his
motorcycle
jacket.
and
Are you not gonna immediately go, oh yeah, that guy must be in a motorcycle gang?
yeah, like a criminal motorcycle gang monitored by the police, doing drug trades and gun smuggling.
What is fashion if not sending signals to everyone around you about who you are? Right?
Funny you mentioned that, Naretsu, because secretly, database animals. Are you familiar with the concept of signifiers?
I am.
Hey,
That's kind of what I'm talking about. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, database consumption is basically just signifier. It is signifier labeling.
Yeah, because it's basically it's like when you like the way that you present yourself is you conveying information to the people around you.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, and you might not be doing that like 100% consciously, but that like the choices you make, like the difference between wearing like a casual outfit and like a t-shirt and some jeans or something versus walking around in a full 3-piece suit, right?
Yeah.
Like these two styles convey completely different vibes and information about how you want to present yourself to the world, right? So yeah, but anyway, we should probably get back. We had some good discussions.
One small, just for funsies then. Naruto, I wear glasses, as I once told before. But Naruto, specifically, I wear glasses without a rim. I don't like it. But that's a choice for me to wear glasses that are as minimalistic as possible. And I find glasses with a thick rim, which are fashionable these days, ugly. Don't like it.
I actually agree with you.
Obstructs my face. Yeah. Give me glasses with just 3 pieces of metal between them.
I wanna feel like I'm not wearing glasses at all.
Yeah. I want to look in every corner and just see it becomes just somewhat more blurry when I go beyond the edge. But the idea of having black bars around my vision, no please.
This is one of the reasons I'm personally like a fan of the aviator styles because they're quite big. That's why I'm an aviator type guy.
I always rock like kind of a square, rectangular glasses.
Yeah, I don't mind the square. I don't mind the square rectangle either. But the reason I like the aviators is it's a similar concept to yours, where I mean I don't go for like thick rims either, but I like the aviators are so big that they cover the whole eye area, right? So you're not seeing the glasses when you're wearing them in a sense, right? Because they're so big, right? But anyway, enough of that. Let's
go ahead. Yeah.
That's video time.
Never grow to question or change out of their trope. They're purposely made this way to appeal to.
Oh, God damn! Like he's just like, oh yeah, Elliot, they never change. The characters never change.
Most gacha games with
again, it depends. It depends. Which like I don't know if the ZZZ like does the rat girl on the screen for the chat right now, like does she change? She's become.
I don't know because
That's the problem. That's the problem.
But also, I got vibes that there's like a semi-tragic thing because she looks like a villain, but she's apparently like a police infiltrator informant deal.
So my issue is that I have to take him at his word, right? He wants me to take him at his word that these characters in this thing that I haven't experienced, right, don't change, even though I have played other games in which the characters do actually fucking change. In Arknights, characters literally fucking age. The timeline advances in Arknights, and you get new versions of characters that are older and have different designs and have different, like, maybe not fully different personalities, but they do evolve as people and as characters. Hell, Reed, who is the girl from like the fire dragon, right? One of the red dragons, right? Not the necro pussy girl, the other one, the other side of that coin, starts off as this like meek, sort of like indecisive right, girl, right? She starts off as very shy, very meek. She's in her sister's shadow, the Necro girl, right? She lives as the shadow of the dragon, right? And then through a tragic event that happens to her, which, you know, then she spends time at Rhodes Island and ends up becoming more assertive, stronger as a person. She leads her own group of people, right? A nomadic tribe of people, right?
Yeah.
And is trying to like regain like peace, right? She wants to end the wars, end the suffering of the people, and she's willing to put herself on the line to do that as a character. So when I've experienced that in another game, I'm not going to look at a game like ZZZ and assume that it's just not going to be this. Like maybe it is. Maybe it is just database bullshit, and there is nothing else to this Rat Girl character. But maybe if I experienced it, I would be wrong. And because I've experienced it in another game, I can't just immediately trust this guy on his word that all of these gacha games are the same, right?
Right.
Doesn't vibe.
No,
doesn't vibe with
just
me.
to praise him a little bit. Yes, good. You read the books, I think. You're quoting people very good. But I just, maybe how much time is left in Retsu for the video?
We're about halfway through the video.
We're talking a lot this
yeah, we got to get moving because we've been here for a bit.
All right.
I love how we've got
points.
a war in the chat because you got Samu being like, "No, they don't change. Huyo Cat games never change the characters," and then Aguda is like, "No, fuck you, they do change." Again, that actually proves my point, right? Like, maybe it's true, maybe it's not. Maybe
Hoyo games specifically, but because they're sad.
Again, maybe because it's. But anyway, let's keep going.
People looking for those archetypes. It's the reason why the main questline in gacha games are intentionally designed to be ignorable.
The main quest in a gacha game is still, dude. One of the main things that keeps people playing these fucking games is the story. What are you talking about, you dumb fuck? I literally just had like an entire fucking diatribe about how good like the story in Arknights is. And yeah, okay, it's a side story, but that's still the story because of how Arknights is structured, because it's a world. It's not just a singular narrative. Right? It's multiple different narratives happening both concurrently and within a timeline. Right? And now that's just one example. In GFL, 99% of the people playing GFL 1 are only playing that fucking game for the story. Because I can tell you right now, they're not fucking playing GFL 1 for the dated gameplay. That's fucking for sure. Right? So this man has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah, GFL 1's gameplay is ass. I agree with Gouda. It's not great. It is not a fun. Like, I just follow a guide and use my overpowered units to just fucking cheese the gameplay because fuck it, I don't care. I'm in it because I'm invested in the narrative and the story and the characters. I am not in this shit because I want the fucking sexy anime gun girls or whatever, right? Like the database, right? Like, again, he has completely misjudged what's going on here. People might come, let me put it this way and then we'll keep playing the video, right?
Yeah.
People might come for the database, right? They might see a character and go, oh, I find that character attractive because they have these database things that I like. I'll give this game a go, right? They might come for the database, but they don't stay for the database, right?
Yeah.
That's not what's keeping people around. Because if it was just the database, then like you could find those same. I could go on fucking Pixiv right now and find art of girls that have the same database tropes. Like, I don't need to play a game for that, right? People are sticking around for other reasons. Oh man, we got to get through this video.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try not to pause. I'm gonna try.
It doesn't matter so long as there are quirked up anime waifus to collect. And to give a more anecdotal example, this is a huge reason why so many anime characters blend together past a certain point. It's why there are so many of the same cliche character trope, but only a handful of them are compelling characters. It's by design. When you see another dime a dozen childhood friend or catgirl maid, that's not the anime studio being lazy. That's them giving the Japanese audience what they want. Like Hiroki Azuma said, they just prefer the database. They prefer these easily identifiable tropes. Real storytelling is messy. Characters have to grow up. They have to change. They might not be the same by the end of the story, which some people may not like. But if the character doesn't change and they still embody the trope they started as, then the emotional comfort they provide remains. And the audience won't be turned off by them. In the same way that people indulged in the moe economy because it's safe, easy, and comforting, Japanese otakus preferred these characters for the very same reason. Easy, emotional satisfaction. But
I'm
as
getting
always-
annoyed, Teretsu. I disagree with almost everything he said. I just need to enunciate that real quickly.
Yeah. I disagree with him and I agree with you. Because again, it's like he's being like, he's absorbed the cynical, right? He's absorbing
Yeah.
that cynical. He's looking at it through this like super hyper cynical lens. When I think that's blinding him a bit, right? Because like I just said before, I can maybe not concede, but I can agree that people are drawn to things because of the signifiers, because of the database, right? But they don't stick around for that. That's not the thing that keeps people playing these gacha games for like almost a decade. Like GFL is like 8 to 9 years old, right? It's getting close to
Yeah.
a decade, right? People aren't sticking with these games for that long and playing them consistently or semi-consistently for that long just because there's like cute anime girls in it they like that appeal to the tropes that they like, right? There has to be something else there.
I
right?
am. What was it again? I almost forgot. That. No, I lost the point.
You lost it. You lost it.
I lost it.
Rep. Just assume Ellie said something really, really intelligent and
Yeah.
insightful, and, and oh man.
With new forms of comfort and commodity, there's always a possibility of things going too far.
Oh, okay. Here we
Hello,
go.
handsome. What a day, huh? You look lonely. I can fix that.
I know the popular stereotype for otakus is that they're the kind of people that get carried away easily. I mean, when you have parts of the community advocating for legal marriage between real human and fictional character, it's hard to beat the allegations. But the thing is, this is actually a small minority in the grand scheme of things. As noted Japanese psychologist Saito Tamaki says in their book, Beautiful Fighting Girl, quote,
Oh man, he's
Hey.
bringing out all the he's bringing out all the
I
classics.
have
Ellie.
that book. Let me grab it real quick.
Yeah, he's bringing out all the classics. He's bringing them out. You know, just gotta make sure everyone knows how smart he is.
Yeah, I got.
Bringing out all
I'm
the
also,
books.
I'm also super smart because I got the smart books too. Which page?
Mm.
Which page is this? Ooh, he doesn't
I
say,
don't know.
but
in life, otakus tend to choose perfectly respectable members of the opposite sex as their partners. As far as I know, the actual sex lives of otakus are extremely wholesome, even boring.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of like the thing, right? It's like you said, it's people who are like weirdos are like a very minority amount of the people that are into this kind of shit, right? Like it's usually you know, in real life, people like a lot of the otaku stuff is kind of like, you know, it's a personal thing, right? It's, you know, it's not something that, you know, you're blasting out into the fucking wide world. And of course, I think that's something in which the younger generation is kind of failing at right now, making things their entire identities. But yeah, no,
I am very
it-
I am very concerned with the italic text
mm,
because that's a quote of somebody, probably not the author of the book. So who?
Yeah, this is a problem. This is a problem. Our man needs to not. Yeah, he's being a bit.
So yeah, even though you see these extreme instances of parasocial relationships between fans and fictional characters, these are radical outliers at the end of the day. But commodification doesn't need everyone to be extreme for it to get out of hand. Even if only a small minority lean into that parasocial weirdness, the industry has every incentive to cater to them. And that's where things get tricky. So if you watch one of my previous videos about
Did we watch that one? I think we did. Can't
Maybe.
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember if we watched that one or not. We might have, but anyway.
parasocial relationships in Japan, I mentioned a thing called oshi culture, which is this belief by some in Japan where they have to support their favorite celebrity to an almost extreme degree. Well, the thing is, there's an entire industry
No,
based
not
around
necessarily. Oshi can be just your favorite, and there's the diehard idols have a different concept of it than the VTuber otaku.
Yeah, the VTuber side, and then that's been like adapted into like the English side versus the Jap, as tends to happen. Again, when things trickle down, you lose stuff in the translation, right?
Or just with time.
With time yeah. So I'm not, I'm not 100 on this either.
encouraging this kind of obsession. For example, a Japanese company that primarily makes funeral altars, something that in Japan is used to pray for deceased family members, recently made something called the Oshidan, which is a DIY home altar that you can use specifically to pray for your favorite celebrity. That's right, you too can leverage the same divine power meant for your dead grandma for your favorite pop idol. And
Okay, yeah, that's a little bit weird, right? I think we can all agree it's a little bit on the weird side. Is that like a major? I mean, people make fucking shrines to their fucking celebrities all the goddamn time. It seems to me like some smart fucking businessman saw a market and is capitalizing on it. That's what that sounds like to me. Because I am like, I wonder if we go back in time, Ellie, right? Do you remember the Beatles? Do you remember when the Beatles was a thing?
No.
Back in the time before both of us were even like sperm cells and our
I know they existed, and that's the end of it.
Like, I've heard some stories about some shit from back then. When you had like, I mean, hell, do you remember like the boy band era? The Justin Timberlakes and your Justin Biebers and your fucking, like, you'll have girls like, cutting themselves and doing all kinds of crazy shit. People making shrines in their room to their fucking idol or whatever. Like, again, this is like...
There is this, there's the fanfiction site, right? Archive of Our Own.
Yeah, whatever. I know.
There's so much boy band fanfiction. What was it? The super popular Korean one again? Or they're all Korean?
That's like use or whatever.
Bun something.
But some fucking Korean.
And it's infinitely, it's so popular. Like, I almost feel like it's the majority of the site by just sheer volume.
So this is what I'm kind of getting at. Is, to me, this sounds like, it's weird, right? But at the same time, look, you got to make your bag, right? You got to make if you found a gap in the market that you can, BTS, I guess, I don't know. If
BTS.
you found a gap in the market that you could exploit, right, to get your bag, then I'm not gonna sit here and be like, that's you shouldn't do that, right? Like, if people are buying the product, right, if there's demand for the product, then, what are you going to do, right? And again, I can say, I think that buying a fucking funeral shrine or whatever for your Oshi is kind of weird, but
can also
Again,
be funny. Naretsu,
it can also be funny, yeah. Have you seen that guy that does like those giant cardboard standees of like
Yeah,
VTubers?
sometimes,
That's
yeah.
funny. That's just funny, right? Like a fucking like giant Mori Calliope in the driveway or some shit. Like again, like yeah, like you got to distinguish here between like the healthy and unhealthy, right? Like, it's whatever, right? Like, I'm not gonna moralize and grandstand on it. So
Also,
company that
one
made this is-
quick note, Naretsu. I found the section where he taught where you know
the guy does the
with the
talking about the
italics.
thing.
It's-
Yeah, what is?
It is a what was it? It's like on 20 page 36 or 36 or 47. Anyway, one of those pages. Naretsu, the reason why it's italic, it's a letter from Otaku to Saitama. Saito. Saito just found a guy and found his opinions and perspective interesting and put the whole letter in the book.
That's fucking hilarious. And of course, our man here does not provide this context, right? That's like, that would be like the equivalent of like, okay, you go to like the insane asylum, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you find an inmate and you're interviewing the inmate and he's like, yeah, I'm like perfectly normal, but I'm Jesus. right? I have a perfectly normal sex life, but I'm Jesus, right?
Well, in this case, Naretsu, it just, you know, a regular otaku and
yeah,
Saito...
but of course, like, my point here is, like, of course the regular otaku guy is gonna say, yeah, I have a healthy sex life, I'm just like everyone else, right? Like...
Well,
again,
in this
it doesn't
case...
help this. The point is, it doesn't help the video man's point, is what I'm saying. Like, it's not evidence.
Well, in this case,
Of
he's
anything.
somewhat of an organizer. He does small groups, so he is, you know, he does...
I mean, yeah, I mean, whatever. But like, you get what I mean. You get what I'm saying. Let's learn about the funeral company or whatever.
Not shy in what this shrine is for. They basically said, yeah, for the superfans, you should be praying to God for your favorite celebrity. And this is
This is great.
just one example of many of the oshikatsu industry in Japan. There's plenty of other corporations that prey on this extreme dedication of fans. And that's where it gets tricky. Where does letting people celebrate what they love end, and where does exploitation begin? Because the entirety of the moe economy is built around giving you that emotional safety. And for the small minority of people that rely on this easy emotional safety, it's all they got. Characters never change because change is scary. Confronting the reality of your situation is scary. And if companies can make a quick buck by giving them that easy emotional safety, why would they stop? They have no incentive to. Yeah, the moe economy started with good intentions in Japan's lost decade. But now that...
Well, no, wait a minute. Yeah, again, he's implying there's like intent, right? Like there's some fucking Illuminati that decided that, oh yeah, the economy's gone to shit. We have to unleash moe on the population, right?
To keep them happy so they don't get all depressed.
To keep them happy, yeah. Like, I don't get this. I don't know why you have to... Because you could make this point without framing it that way, right? You could make the point of, okay, this moe stuff naturally became popular because of the circumstances of Japanese society in the 90s, okay?
Yeah.
You can make the same point without going into, like, Alex Jones turning the frogs gay level conspiracy shit. Why do people keep doing this, Ellie? They keep... Like, this isn't the first time we've done a video that has this happen.
Well, we talked about... Was it the guy that said that Fox Girl anime series?
Yeah, that was like Shinzo Abe,
yeah,
trying to get people to have sex, yeah, and start a family. Yeah, I remember that. Like, and then even like remember we did that like dub vs sub video, the one that I did the clip for, right, where I ranted about gacha games or something again, right? Like the cool Japan.
Oh yeah.
You know,
yeah.
it's like some grand conspiracy by the Japanese guy. Like all anime, every studio, every artist, every author, every fucking guy on Naro making his little isekai, they're all part of some grand government conspiracy to get you to forget about the war crimes,
Oh
right?
yeah,
It's-
Rina no Ragan, the one anime produced under this project under Cool Japan, is so
Yeah,
What a-
it's fucking insane. Stop it. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do it. You don't have to be Alex Jones. You don't have to be anime Alex Jones, okay?
there is.
You can make the point.
There's it's getting real disappointing because there are, you know, citing books good,
Yeah.
people good, concepts
Yeah.
are relatively well, you know, integrated, explained, but then it's kind of conspiratorial. It's kind of, you know, he's kind of switching between the otaku and Japan as a whole without, you know, really.
Yeah.
You know, Japan as a whole is still like this, but the otaku are like this, and the Japan as a whole is like, and then he switches over. A little bit confusing when he's talking about Japan, when he's talking about otaku, and kind of the sin of misinterpreting quotes to the wrong people. It's fine if you agree with them, say you agree with it or something. Just, I don't know. He kind of makes the mistake of just say this guy said this, and kind of leaving it at that.
This guy said this thing that kind of proves my point,
but he never,
like maybe.
But
he doesn't really extrapolate on it, right? He doesn't really go into like, okay, what does this actually mean
and
for
even
the wider
just,
context?
I don't mind that he says that he extrapolates on it, although he kind of, I think he should, you know, clarify. I'm taking this part of this book and I'm going to apply it over here. That makes it a lot more clear. But even then, just say, and I agree with this. That helps. I mean, I guess I can, you know, kind of assume that, but just clarify that it just, don't just say, this guy said so. That doesn't tell me anything. Say, I agree with it. I think it's valid. I think it applies. I think it matters here. That's I don't know. That sets a tone and an expectation.
I just really wish this meme of Japan is like this monolith Illuminati. Everything is done with like malicious or ill intent, right? It's all done as part of some grand conspiratorial narrative of Japan wants you to forget about war crimes or wants you to be like they want to like suppress the population for anime or some fucking weird fucking shit, right? And I know Gouda's making a good point too, like most of these games are fucking Chinese, right? But that's like a whole other like layer to it as well. Like, are we going to say the Chinese are in on the conspiracy, Ellie? Are they in on the conspiracy to suppress the population through anime? Like, it's so... I don't know how you can, like, read your own script, right? And not pick up on the fact that this is how you come off, right? Like, you can't... Like, I'm imagining this guy, like, editing this video and not realizing, wait a minute, I kind of sound a bit conspiratorial here. Maybe I should, maybe I should redo this a little bit so I don't sound like anime Alex Jones. But anyhow, let's go.
Things like gambling to earn your favorite waifu through gachas, or buying a shit ton of merch as a sign of devotion to that character has been normalized. We've officially lost control of this beast. It's funny when we see it in anime, especially when female characters do it, because it makes them all the more quirky, but when you see real life people unironically marrying their chat GPTs and choosing that easy emotional safety over the hard and messier human connection, you can't help sometimes to wonder, where do we stop? When do we say...
What makes this even more frustrating is there is a discussion to be had about this. There is an actual debate to be had about what's happening with AI and people kind of falling for AI chatbots and stuff like that, and how it's affecting relationships and people's perceptions of like there is actual meat on this bone, but he's just presenting it as like this dude, like this kind of cynical, this is bad, okay? You know?
Yeah, this is a bit early for the Dress Up Darling thing, but I saw a kind of a opinion on Dress Up Darling, which I found kind of a bit interesting, wherein Marin Naretsu, you're not watching it.
I am probably familiar enough to know what you're talking about, so yeah.
Marin is kind of challenging the gender norms in a way, right? She's big in otaku stuff, which is not super uncommon, but she's very much into big eroge characters, which is more unusual. She's, outgoing, garu in a sense, but not. She's just but she's big into fast food, which is somewhat. She kind of exists in her own, outside of gender norms. Oh, she has to be. She's not super into makeup because she can't do it herself. Gojo is. Gojo is playing with dolls, etc. And there's all the other gender norm breaking thing, bending thing, all going on over there. But yeah, that's just super in short. Marin is engaging both in boyish hobbies and culture and girlish hobbies and culture, and that's kind of breaking gender norms, and in that sense, it's a bit dismissive of him to say that Marin is kind of just a fetish characters. Insert character thing when especially the second season goes big into gender norms and what they are and what they restrict and what they can't do, and outbreaking them or bending them gives freedom in this and that way, and etc. Also, like in the last episode, spoilers, horror games Naretsu. Only boys like horror games, except two female characters very much like this one horror game, and are are super excited for them. It's like, oh, girls into horror games? That's unexpected. Oh no, sorry, they're regular people with regular interests, and sometimes they just like horror games, Naretsu.
Yeah, it's almost like they're just, human beings, right?
Yeah.
That fucking like things, But looping back to it, though, right? Like, again, I think that there is a discussion to be had about what's happening with AI and, that kind of stuff. But
AI isn't. I feel it's different because AI talks back way more than a VTuber does. In that sense,
there's a difference in the level of parasocialness, right? Like the AI. Again, this is what I mean. There is a discussion to be had here. There's like a really in-depth discussion that could be had about this, but we're not going to get that out of this video. All we're going to get is kind of a platitude, right? Of things bad, right? And I'm not saying thing good, right? I actually think that there are real issues that are
burn AI to the ground. I think it's better for the world.
There's some problems here, but the issue is we can't have those discussions when it's all just cynics, right? It's all just being cynical, right? But we got like a third of the video left, so we should probably try and crank through
more. The Moe economy isn't dangerous because people love fictional characters. It's dangerous because it convinced some of us that love doesn't have to be complicated. And if that's all that you ever settle for, then what you're protecting isn't love, it's loneliness.
Oh wait, is he done?
Huh?
Wait, how the fuck is he done? There's still like a bunch of fucking time left. It's like 13 out of 17 minutes. How the fuck?
Skip forward like 2 minutes.
Here's my 3x3. It's a bit outdated, but
Are you serious? Are you fucking for real? We're gonna go, oh man, this deep, dark, cynical, the world is ending, AI, people no longer be able to love each other. Oh, by the way, here's my 3x3.
Lorenzo, I'm not aesthetically pleased by this 3x3.
Me neither. I mean, look, okay, Kill la Kill, pretty based. That's a good pick. Psychopath, yeah, it's pretty based. I mean, Bahamut, Bahamut's pretty good. Kuroko Connect is an interesting choice. That's a very interesting choice.
I like Kokoro Connect.
One.
Very much.
Yeah, I liked it too. I thought it was pretty good. Yeah. Euphonium, yeah, it's all right. Yeah. Stratos, yeah.
Interesting.
Like he's not not bad picks. You know, it's not bad. I mean, I'll give him that.
Place further in the universe, I want to eat your pancreas and Hinamatsuri. Hinamatsuri is
what was
the best.
your first anime?
Oh, okay. This might be interesting, actually. So he's
some questions
this
from
is like
the comments.
Q&A. We're doing like I don't like when YouTubers do this, when they're like, okay, I'm going to do my video, and then like, oh, here's like, do something complete. Like, you could have made this its own video, my man. You didn't have to sneak it into your deep fucking like philosophical video about how bad the obsession with anime girls is, right? But let's what was his first anime? Let's find out.
Oh god. That's a hard question to answer because I technically watched anime when I was a kid, fell out of anime, and then restarted watching anime again when I was in high school. So it's not really easy to answer. You know, if you ask me what my first anime was when I was a kid, fucking Daigunder, I guess. Like, or was it like Ghost Stories or Ghost School? You gotta remember, I'm Malaysian. We had Animax, and they had some really obscure titles back in like the 2000s. So I don't know. There's probably a bunch that I don't remember that I probably watched when I was a kid.
Alright, too quick. What's your first anime?
Digimon.
All right.
Straight up, yeah, because I can like just say straight up, like that would like not even just anime. It's probably like the first fucking cartoon I ever watched. Right, like and Digimon would be the first. I would argue. I would say.
I guess that's something like, you know, for your TV watching anime, it's something like also like Digimon or Pokemon even, but also like Dragon Ball was also on, and I saw a little bit of. It was like this one channel that had some anime on at some points, and I saw Dragon Ball was
one of those things where it's like you have to kind of like, because he's having the same problem, you have to distinguish between like, okay, you watched anime as a kid versus what was the first anime where you like got into it, but I don't really think that's even useful. Right?
Yeah, it's not very super useful, but you know, just for the anime, actual anime, I guess, in this sense. You got Dragon Ball, I saw a bit. I saw the tiniest bit of Sailor Moon, but that's not really significant. It's like 5 minutes in total, I believe. But there's this one show where this girl woke up in a post-apocalyptic world where most things were animal monster things. And she was like the only human, and she was like being carried around in this big cradle, Lapras looking thing. But the thing was, she fought with cards in a way, where she put cards into the Lapras cradle thing. And I forgot the name of it. Maybe it was Rayearth, if we're thinking of the same time period of anime. I'm just looking Rayearth real quick. No, it's not Rayearth, sorry. Those are like the TV anime that I saw, and like the real anime, I think it is basically Naruto, because you know, I heard all about it at school or something, and I watched that like on YouTube in 3 parts back in the day. Anyway, that's the first anime. Next question.
My first anime was when I got back into anime in high school. That would be RWBY.
Oh no! Oh fuck! Oh, Why would you admit that on the internet? Why would you... Ellie, you know what? When I was in high school, you know what I was doing the Full Metal Alchemists, right? I was watching Evangelion on like a shitty pirate site at like 480p, right? I was watching fucking, that kind of shit, fucking Ruby. Fucking Ruby. Are you fucking serious right now, dude?
Michael, alright.
Ellie is speechless. He's
Nah.
speechless right now.
Ruby's
It's
not. I
fucking-
wouldn't call it an anime, although I don't really care for the discussion.
It's not the fact. It's not the debate about whether or not Ruby is an anime that's got me fucking riled. It's the fact that it's just Ruby. That's the thing that got you back into anime.
Also,
Who's fucking Ruby?
Yeah, FIFO. It wasn't Shinso. It was like this girl. This girl was the only one, and she was traveling with some monsters. Also, I watched Genshiken good.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, let's.
And
All right.
no, it wasn't.
God, I have a lot.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't that. It was something different, but also like cards.
Yeah, but anyway, let's get going.
Lot to say about Ruby. There's so much to talk about in that show, and not all of it good. Let's just say I have very strong feelings about Ruby and Rooster Teeth in general. If I ever get around to streaming on Twitch again, I would dedicate like a 2 to 3 hour stream, and it's just you guys watching me bitch and complain about Ruby. I have a lot of thoughts about that show. And it's ironic because it's the first quote-unquote anime that I watched when I got back into watching this stuff.
Holy shit.
That answers that question. What's the name of the video game that you always use clips of in your...
Oh yeah, well that's
this Code Vein.
That's Code Vein. We don't need to worry about that. Got any? Have you ever made a video that got fewer views than expected? Well, that could be an interesting one.
There's our
That could be
videos.
interesting.
Video topics that I pick. Some of them do really well. Some of them don't really do any well. But hey, man, that's YouTube. That's the name of the game. Have you ever made a video that got way fewer views than you expected? What went wrong? Not to fucking make you guys feel bad or, to guilt trip you guys, but the fucking VTuber video was disappointingly low view count. I really
watched it.
That. I loved researching.
Yeah, we watched it. We shat on it. we shat on that one. We know.
That. I loved making it. I loved researching that topic. And it was so disappointing when that video didn't really do well. There's a lot of gags and humor in it that I felt particularly proud of. But yeah, ultimately, I guess you guys weren't really, and not to blame the audience 100%, but at the end of the day, I think the algorithm
I just fucking
didn't really like that
This is
idea.
great.
So yeah, I didn't
This
really
is
do too well.
funny.
But I'm personally very proud of that video, which kind of sucks I didn't do well. What sources do you check when researching your videos?
Here we go. Here we fucking go, Ellie. Aren't you glad we stuck around for this?
I will always try to check for primary sources like academic papers and books. I try to rely less on blogs and articles because I know those can be a bit biased. So at least with, primary sources like academic papers and books, there's a bit more consistency. And it's also, people will come after me less because of that. I know some people, they're like, oh, fucking cite your sources, bro. And it's like, oh, I got it from this article, and they're still not satisfied with it being from an article. So like, yeah, it's tough sometimes because I have to do a lot of reading, or at least I skim read a lot of.
We can tell.
Yeah, we can tell that you skim read, buddy. Like, the problem isn't that you're like the sources are wrong, right? Like, yeah, citing the Moe Manifesto and citing database animals and citing all of these things, that's good. The issue is, one, you're incorrectly citing, quotes to people that didn't make them, like with the Moe Manifesto bit that we went off about. And two, you can't just like present the academic shit as gospel. You have to actually prove your point alongside that. You can use the academic stuff to formulate your point, right? And to maybe strengthen it a little bit, but you need to have substance, right? Is the problem. When people come after you and go, oh, you cited this source and it's some article and it's not good enough, right? It's usually because, yeah, if you're citing, like, I don't know, some fucking, like, random bullshit that doesn't actually, like, help your point, yeah, people are gonna make fun of you for that, you know? Like, yeah. I mean, it's good that he's actually trying. That's good. Just maybe don't skim read as much and
Yeah.
actually, so you don't make silly mistakes like attributing a quote to someone that didn't make the quote, right?
But it's still reading. I still have to parse through like 200, 300 page books and like
Oh
academic
no.
papers, but it's the price you pay just to have some credibility and some extra info in the videos at the end of the day, you know? So it is what it is. What's the most frustrating part of planning out your content calendar? Being on time. I try to average out one video a month. That does not mean there are things.
Yeah.
That's a me thing. So yeah.
Yeah,
those are all the
whatever.
questions. Thank you so much for those that submitted questions. And
I think he's done. He's done. We're done. Yeah, this was not great. It was, look, it wasn't bad in terms of the video, I guess. Like, it wasn't too bad, but yeah, there's a lot of really bad mistakes here that are my man needs to improve. My man, you get in there, but you gotta work on it. And I do disagree with the premise and framing, right? And I think that here's a thing. If he put as much work into researching the games that he talks about, right? Like Nikkei and Ark. I mean, he didn't bring up Arknights, but, you know, ZZZ. You know, if he put as much work into understanding whether or not these games have substance to them or not, as he did, you know, reading stuff like the Moe Manifesto and whatnot, I think it would have led to a much better video about these kinds of things. And I think if he presented it in a less cynical way, I feel like you could have, because again, I think there's a discussion to be had here about this, right? Especially when it comes to the moving into the modern age with AI and, you know, all of that kind of stuff, right? Like, there is a discussion to be had about parasocial relationships and how we are interacting with fiction, right? There is something to be said about it. It's just, this feels like a very surface level analysis of that, right? And he's just presenting it as, oh, the Japanese had a recession, and that meant that the Moe, the Japanese created the Moe in order to stop the recession and cheer everyone up, right?
Yeah.
And it's very weird. It's very weird, and it disappoints me more because of the fact that, like I said, there is a point here. There is something to chew on that we could have gotten into. And we kind of got into it when we were talking about it, right? Like, we had a pretty good discussion about it, I feel. But he didn't really get too, like, into what's actually going on, because he's blinded by the whole Alex Jones conspiracy. Everything has to be some grand plan, when, you know, sometimes these things happen naturally and organically, which is what I think happened in the 90s with the anime stuff, which is kind of what is being said in the Moe Manifesto when you read those interviews. Because again, they basically say, hey, we didn't set out to do this, it just kind of happened, and it was a convenient coincidence that allowed us to make more money, which then allowed us to create more of this stuff for the new market that had developed in this time period, right? So yeah, that's my final thoughts on the video. Man, we've been going for a little bit, haven't we? Holy shit!
Yeah.
We went for the what? Like,
I'm
free,
still kind
20?
of looking for that one anime, but it's
Oh man, we gotta go on Discord.
alright. Good.
People
good
were trying to
watch
get in contact with me. You get anime shit ready to go.
I can do that. Pressing the right precision button this time.
go. Yeah, I've got to get food going as well at some point. I'm pressure cooking a chicken tonight, I believe. So got to get that going at some point. So yeah, we did it, but yeah, it's Cleavatris time. Yeah, it's now Naritsu sucks the cock of Cleavatris for the next like half an hour. I'm probably not going to do that too hard, but we'll see how we go.
Yeah. Alright, let me quickly go through this scroll list of the best 2000 zeros anime. It's not here. Damn. Maybe it's older. I don't know. Anyway, back to actual doing stuff over at the stream that I'm doing. Pressing button, this one.
Alright, what do we got? I'm waiting for it to pop up. There we go.
Yeah.
So no Silent Witch this week. Because it was I think it was this week was the recap. Or actually,
No.
was it? Actually, no, I don't think I've watched it. Actually, yeah, no,
Oh.
I've missed some stuff. Yeah, I missed some stuff because I was busy yesterday. So
alright.
I actually, so I can't talk about April Showers, Nikitashi, or Secret Witch. So
I can just say briefly that we're getting into Monika's past a little bit more.
oh, good. I'll have fun. with
Monica
that.
is kind of forced into leadership positions, and that's for us big trauma, big growth moment.
Yeah, big bad, yeah, big anxieties. Oh no.
But
no.
Monica
Oh, no.
is confronted with her past. Dun, 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 and traumas that come with it. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh well, I'll watch it tonight or tomorrow, and I'll have to catch back up next week because I've been a bit. Yeah, I was very busy yesterday doing stuff with the parents.
And you say that your life is not interesting, and even though you're
It isn't interesting because we just went and did shops and sorted out the brother's computer and did normal fucking family shit, right? But
you're
it
not
takes a
getting
lot of time.
fired
And then I get home, and then I jump in the VC with the boys, and I chat up about random shit. And then before I know it, it's already like 5 o'clock, and I've missed my window. So I guess I can talk about panning and stocking though, and then after I talk about panning and stocking, you can talk about something you watched, and
City
then
or
I'll get
something
another drink. Yeah. This episode of panning and stocking was fucking great. It was actually really fun. If you don't want to watch the whole series, you could just watch episode 10 and have a really good time.
All right.
Because so the first half is like the whole thing is like Twilight Zone, and the first half is like a Alien / The Thing type parody where Panty is like a alien that's sucking men dry by fucking them.
Yeah, sure.
And like
she does.
It's this really good skit where it's going through all these like horror movie references, and it's funny. It's really good. It's really, really good. The second one is even better because it's like Conan the Barbarian with panty and stocking with a VHS filter. All the characters are speaking in fantasy language gibberish, and it's going through like a story of revenge, right? Presented with like no dialogue and a bunch of different references to different fantasy movies and franchises. There's even like a Harry Potter reference that comes up. It's really fucking funny. So yeah, no, this was instant pot chicken. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah. So that's Panty and Stocking. Panty and Stocking was really good. Definitely watch this episode. Even if you don't want to watch the rest of it, I would recommend people watch this episode 10. It was fucking great. Really fun. So anyway, I'll be right back because I didn't have a drink.
Alright, so quickly, City comedy show. Comedy continues, and the funnies are funny. I don't know how to say much more about a show that is comedy central. No, that's the wrong thing. Comedy bad. Maybe just to say that the narrative, the grand narrative. Fuck you, Azuma. Continues on where the old man decide to relive their childhood, which was decided like they were the old men are meeting up again. They decide to relive their childhood. Hi, you're back.
Yeah, I have returned.
Alright, so Nertsu, the narrative continues. The old men of the show, the old fathers, decide to relive their childhood, which means that our main guy, or one of the main characters, the dad, has closed the shop for the summer, which means that people are getting unemployed, which means they are now doing funny things where they need to make money again. And that's their thing. And meanwhile, there was a confession last episode where a guy confessed to her that she lied, or not confessed, but kind of asked a girl out to date. A sleepy girl asked for the date, and she's like, "We're in love." And there's this whole fan club of her, of weirdo and randos. That no, she is. You can't be in love. You can't date her. We're her biggest fans. You have to go through us. And then, no, she likes me. And they're all defeated by it. But then, oh no, sorry, that's a misunderstanding. I don't actually want to date you or anything. And then the narrative joke continues on. And the old men that are going on a holiday, disaster. And an outro that is as long as a whole bit, which goes just, in the next episode, this happens, and then 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 this happens.
Right.
The whole story told also as if it will be appearing in the next episode.
Sounds pretty funny.
Yeah, funny continues in City. Let me just go through Call of the Night real quick. Call of the Night, the whole plan to have vampires die of starvation or over the course of 10 years after the existence of vampires is revealed has failed. The detective tries to commit suicide like 3 times in a way, fails all the time. But she shuts Ko at the end of the last episode. Didn't mention it. But Naretsu Ko is taken to a hospital and he's fine, I guess. There's like a talk with the detective and whatnot, and a couple of fellow vampires from how they're doing. Turns out Naretsu that his wound is healed the next day. That's odd. It sounds like a bit of vampire regeneration, but how can this be, Naretsu? He is still a human because he has a pulse. Vampires don't. Turns out, Naretsu, that the speculation and the conclusion is that he's kind of on the border of being a vampire. That's because being a vampire relies on feelings that Ko is not very sure about what love is and whatnot. That sometimes not. Ko falls in love properly, and then out again because he's kind of unsure what love even is. That he sometimes turns vampirish and sometimes not. So he's kind of that. Also, the detective, having completely failed at what she wanted to do, is kind of crashing out in her own way, where she's like, "Oh, I cut my hair," and just she cut her hair, and then she's fishing for compliments for her hair. She gets drunk after 2 sips, says, "Hey, you two, have you fucked? You should fuck actually." Why haven't you fucked actually?
Why no fuck?
Why no fuck?
Why no fuck? Do fuck?
Yeah. Hey, have you kissed? Cool. Hey, why haven't you kissed me? Why don't I get kisses? And that's kind of the episode, kind of a epilogue, not epilogue, a wind down from the big events of last episode, where fight scenes, killing scenes, big plots revealed and falling apart, and now this is the wind down of it. Next episode will be like a send off epilogue kind of feeling, I feel. Maybe a 3rd season announcement, maybe. Anyway, for Seventh Prince, you take the lead.
Yeah, this was all right. I do agree with you. I think the pacing in Seven Prince has taken a bit of a nosedive. I feel like we're
Yeah.
kind of taking a bit too much time to get to you know, this feels like filler, which is not good. You don't want that. Because it was basically just, oh look, there's a dragon. Everyone's getting their shit kicked in by the dragon. Oh look, Grimm shows up and kicks the shit out of the dragon.
But not in a fun way, but in a kind of...
No, like, it's not even in a fun way. And it's like, oh yeah, the dragon's backstory is just, oh yeah, he was like the dragon of the guy that possessed the teleport guy from last season. And then he gets like thrown out because now the guy can teleport and he doesn't have to worry about flying anymore or whatever. So he just fucking like, yeah, he just fucking like gets his shit kicked in, and then the priest man picks him up, right? Yeah, it wasn't great. Was not great.
It's basically
and
the same story as Sporkman, but less, less funny and more...
Yeah. I feel like doing this, like, okay, because we've had so far, right? We've had like, okay, you had the guy impersonating Grimm. That was kind of funny, and he gets immediately killed, right? Whatever, that's all right. Then you had like the martial artist ghost guy. Yeah, that was fine. I think the problem is just it's the same thing over and over, right?
Yeah.
And oh no, they had a tragic backstory, and then they get easily defeated because this XYZ whatever, and yeah. It's not been as good as the last season, I don't think. The pacing is definitely a bit off for what's going on here.
Also,
but yeah, other than that, I don't
big,
really have
there's
much
a small
else to say
setup. There's a small setup of the piano on the roof, and they're going to presumably be doing a big song, and
yeah, Lloyd is analyzing the guy's fucking thing to figure out how it works or whatever, and yeah, it's taking too long to get to the point. Is the issue, right? Needs to kind of speed it up a little bit, which is kind of weird because usually anime has the opposite problem, where it's taking like it's going too fast,
yeah,
right? It doesn't let things have time to breathe. This is the opposite problem, where it's like, okay, I get it, right? We don't need to do the same thing.
maybe there was like more interesting in betweens in the light of war or something. I guess
maybe.
But
yeah.
this is
it might work. I feel like this would work better in a manga, right? Where it's like, okay, maybe you have like a chapter about this particular fight, right? Or something, right? And you could just read that really quickly, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it would probably work a bit better. But in anime format, it leads to it dragging a bit. But anyway, next slide. Let's go.
Alright.
Let's get right into it.
We're rushing through. Did I press the hard button? Oh,
well, yeah, because I want to go cook some fucking chicken. I want to go.
Alright.
Here we go. Let's fucking go.
We'll start Cleavitas.
We might as well. So, man, that reveal, that reveal about the fucking forge being the book, and Cleavitress just being like, nothing fucking matters. Fuck this. I'm out. I was like, wow, okay. That was... what I love about Cleavitress is how the world building and the lore just keeps building and building, right? And you get like these little puzzle pieces, and you have to put the thing together. And the big puzzle pieces now, the human, the humans, Ellie, the human, they're not the real humans, the true humans.
Yeah.
There was a precursor race, and that precursor race was
and power and
badass. Yeah. And something, they disappeared. Something happened. They left, right? They went away. And Cleavitress is like trying to like figure out wait, I don't know anything. Why do the other Beast Lords know about this and I don't? What the fuck?
Well, there's one Beast Lord that apparently knew but didn't tell him.
But also there's the idea that Cleavitress isn't like the first Cleavitress, because he mentions, I inherited the memories, right?
No, he
or
didn't.
something. He does. He says something like that, doesn't
Well,
he? He says something about like
he took over the position, but no, he didn't take over them. He didn't take the memories with it.
right. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, no, he like he's like, but that implies that the position of Beast Lord is again, it's an inheritable position.
Mhm.
Like that is fascinating in of itself. How many Beast Lords have there been? Right?
Yeah.
How long has this been going on? How long has like this legend of heroes been going on? Right? What has been going on with this new humanity? Right? What does it mean for the setting in the world? Is Cleavatris really going to just fuck off and leave the baby and just go back to his mountain? Like, is he given up? Right? Find out next episode, I guess. You know, like, I love it. I fucking love it,
You know,
dude.
I mean, I guess if he just go, I don't see a reason why he would take back Alicia's blood or the black ichor. How you say it?
I don't know. I again, I'm fascinated to see what comes next. I think this could be interesting. Like, what other what other revelations is this book going to have? Right now that the Forge has turned back into a book, I guess. What is like? Is there going to be like a new? Like what is the new plot going to be? Almost right. It's like they've kind of like taken the narrative that was established and flipped it on its head, right? With this like revelation of there being some like Cleavatris going through this whole like, you know, does any of this matter? Is it all just fate, right? Do I even have free will? You know, what can I do, right? Like, did I do any of this of my own free will in the first place, right? Or is it all just fated because of some dumb shit written in a book or whatever, right? Fascinating, really fascinating. And you know, while this is going on, you obviously have the juxtaposition of the fight between Alicia, the ice guy, and Dragonfellow, right? And like this idea of like he wants to destroy the narrative, right? Like he wants to destroy the idea of heroes and the idea of challenging the dark beasts, right? And putting an end to the misery and the suffering, right? Through, I guess, subjugation of humanity, right? And limiting humanity to the sphere of influence that it has because there's no point in expanding further.
But
right?
also, he's just being possessed by another lord.
Yeah. He's not even doing that of his own will either. Yeah, it's like he's been warped, right? He's had his ideals warped and changed, right? Like he might have thought that way in the beginning, but now how much of it is him and how much of it is the influence of the Dark Lord controlling him, right?
Yeah.
And then you have Alicia and the other guy's perspective, or at least Alicia's perspective in general, which is more, you know, as she lays out in the speech that I always gush about, right? No, humanity should expand. We must expand, right? It is always worth it to make the world bigger. I have seen it, right? I saw it with my own eyes. We can achieve it, right? It is doable. You know, we should not limit ourselves, you know, and this conflicting ideological conflict between these characters is fucking fascinating. Why is no one talking about this show?
I don't know. Maybe no, I don't know. I just don't know.
Is it not flashy enough? You know, like I know Crunchyroll is trying to advertise it as like a fucking zoomy show with look, she gets it from her dad. Her dad, they fight the dragon. Look at them kill the dragon. Oh, it's so flat. You know, like zoomy hype moment or a hype moment bullshit, right? Like that's how they're trying to. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe people think it's just some generic fucking isekai whatever because of the way it's presented. I don't fucking know. Because I think more people would be fucking talking about this if they were watching it. Like, it feels like this is the kind of show that would take off because it's interesting. There's fascinating concepts at play here and undertones and world building. But, like, it feels weird that no one wants to like discuss it. It's a real shame. It's a real shame.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
I suppose I like it less than you, but it's a
yeah,
good
no,
show.
because I love this kind of like
Yeah,
fantasy type world building stuff. I'm really into it. I like, maybe it's the autism. I just like this narrative that's being created and the conflict, right? Of should humanity reach for the stars, even if it means like the suffering of doing so, right? I find that concept on its own interesting, but now you've added like another layer to the world of like, wait a minute, what does it mean that humanity is not actually the true humanity, right? What does that actually fucking mean? What happened in the past,
yeah,
right? Is what's happening now the result of the previous humanity reaching for the stars and either succeeding or not succeeding, right? Like, what does this mean? It's great. I love it. I love the mystery and the questions it's asking, right? I want to see where it goes. I'm hoping they either stick the landing on episode 12 or we get a season 2. One of the two things needs to happen, because I don't think they're going to have enough time in the last episode to wrap all of this up in a way that's going to be satisfactory. I really feel like this is going to need to get a second season, frankly.
yeah.
So we pray for Cleavitress season 2.
We'll
So
find
anyway,
out. Oh, sorry,
we'll find out in a couple of days. Yeah, we'll find out in a few days. So anyway, how's the lesbians doing? What's
the
the
lesbians are lesbianing it up. So last episode, top left girl, brunette-ish girl, has run away from home, and is now at a ryokan. Do you know what a ryokan is? Basically, a hotel, traditional Japanese hotel with hot springs and whatnot. The traditional Japanese experience, as at least what is being sold as the traditional Japanese experience, which is probably not the real traditional Japan. Besides that, our main character is completely just lusting over her. However, she's in complete denial that she's lusting over her. Like, oh, look at her full body, her soft touch, her sweet voice, her ample breasts. But she's an angel, and I would never think those thoughts, though, about her.
I would never have such impure thoughts
about this
this
pure
maiden.
and kind girl. And of course, the theme of, nobody's perfect, everybody has issues, continues on, where the girl still kind of puts herself down and says, no, the only reason that I'm kind is that other people make me happy. So if I'm kind, other people stick around to do stuff and are happy. That makes me happy. So I'm not doing it for you, I'm doing it for me. Kind of deal. And our main character goes from, well, who cares? You're kind and that matters, and that's kind of the end of it. And then small contests, playing ping pong, and they, as a reward, because she won, she drags our main girl into the onsen, and they're naked together. And she does this because, one, she kind of starts liking our main character for she's getting into the harem. Secondly, she's told that she's been bathing with other girls. She's getting jealous.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
So when our main character, in complete social awkwardness, says, "I grabbed the other girl's breasts," she goes, "Hey, touch me, don't touch mine." So you'll forget about the other one, so it's less embarrassing, I guess. The flaw is that, of course, Kimetsu, that instead of overwriting the memory, you'll know you have now two memories
Mm.
of touching breasts, and
Ah.
they have to
Double the memories.
yeah.
Double the breast touching memories.
They have a fun show where she just makes a new computer folder of her, one girl filled with with a file, and she makes another folder and puts this memory in that folder. As you know, computer it shows the file being dragged. And they talk about what a friend is, what a girlfriend is, what hey, and they do some girl talk on purpose. The girl asked, "Hey, do you like somebody?" And she says no, although she has she has two girlfriends kind of already. And then another theme Nametsu, our main girl just idolizes kind of this girl for being an angel, pure angel, sweetheart, can't do wrong, etc., etc. But Naretsu, as we know, she does things primarily for herself, what she wants to do and what she likes to do. She runs away from home, doesn't want to deal with her little brothers, thinks they're kind of annoying. She has to do all that stuff. Also, Naretsu, she goes, "Hey, I think a girl, if you like somebody, the difference between a friend and girlfriend or whatnot is whether or not you're aroused by them." Oh no, she just talks about sex. That's
Oh,
not
no.
pure angel.
Oh no. Oh no.
And she just says straight up says, "Hey, you don't like it when your angel talks about sex, right?"
Mm.
And the theme of imperfectness continues. And then later on, the last part of the episode is basically she's role playing as the little sister because she's the big sister for little brothers. She's annoyed by that. So right now she's just role playing as the big sister who just wants to be pampered all the time. So we got some role play going on. Not sexual in this case, but still. And at the end of the episode, my kind of the main girl, top right, shows up, and not knowing that she's there, our top left girl starts doing the sister role play in front of the top right girl, and the episode ends on that embarrassment. But
Fun times.
Yeah, lesbianism continues on, and it's fun.
Yeah,
it's
they up to that gay shit. They up to that gay shit.
Secretly, it's one of my top shows of the season. Also has still a good OP and ED. One of the better ones.
So
of the
anywho,
season.
the Dune to Dunes.
Dune.
It's Godzilla, but not actually Godzilla. Legally distinct Godzilla.
That joke. I don't like that joke very much actually. I find it's too long.
It is too long, but no, it's basically TLDR, right?
Mm-hmm.
The two LDR is basically they're fighting a kaiju. Big kaiju has shown up. Alien kaiju. It's wrecking shit. We get a pretty good fight. Pretty good fights. They're doing stuff. But I think the main thing from this episode, because again, I don't want to kind of go through like everything, doing Mother's Basement and everything, but we're getting to see kind of the dynamic of our new character, our sci-fi man, right? Because when they get back to the house, they go, "All right, how are we going to beat this kaiju?" Oh, I know. We can use the house. We can make the house that's made out of the nano machines.
That if I work on imagination.
Yeah, and our sci-fi man is like, "Hold my beer, I got this." And then the whole house transforms into a giant mech, and it's Buddha. And the guy's like, "Why did it turn into a Buddha?" And it's like, "Oh, because I was thinking of something big."
And I think
the only thing that came to mind was Buddha, so now it's Buddha. So now they have a giant mech Buddha that they're going to use to fight the kaiju, but there's a problem. The problem is they don't know how to pilot it.
Well, Kinta will figure that out.
They'll figure it out. Yeah. No, it's pretty good. It was a good episode. You know, like I said, there's not like too much to really digest from it. Like it's mostly just, oh yeah, big fight. You know, kaiju's really tough. Kaiju, pain in the ass. We need to retreat.
Become invisible and shoot lightning in his beak with him.
Yeah.
Smashes
So,
things.
but no, it was good. It was good. Like I can't say anything bad about it. You know, it was fine.
I want to
okay.
quickly, besides just fight happens and stuff goes on. I quickly want to say maybe again because I forgot. I find the dynamics in the roles they have in a fight interesting because they very much don't stick to a kind of a traditional support, attacker, defender role. Because Ira is just, swinging around and kind of a heavyweight in a sense. Kind of maybe like a DPS assassin character when she's, nimble, quick, and she can tie you down and stab you in the back, or kick you in the back in that sense, right? Momo is like a somewhat weird, heavy character, but kind of specialistic. And Takakura is like a weird glass cannon with like two, or a black, in that sense, maybe a black mage with two powerful spells. Megumin with 2 spells, 2 explosions. And yeah, I like their dynamic, the roles they kind of fall into when they fight. Because usually, whenever a fight happens, Momo jumps on Okurun's back immediately, and they run around, long distance sniping whatever target they have. And when they got the opportunity, Okurun does his big charge, the smash attack. And when Ira is in the picture, Ira is doing also kind of maybe a little bit more close range, but also, strafing attacks, basically. And of course, Evil Eye cannot be used because we can't teach the baby that he can fight other people. We just told him not to. We can't break that rule. And Kinta hasn't got a real fighting thing. My speculation is right now that Kinta will just get one of those nano cubes on his person at all times. And whenever the fight is coming out, he won't summon like, a huge robot, but kind of like a mech suit. That's my fault. Whether it's like around himself or maybe remote controlled, I think he'll just get 1 or 2.
They'll figure
cubes.
it out.
He'll get a couple or just 1 cube, and he'll have a robot summon at any moment. But yeah, it's getting kind of sad because we're really reaching the end of the season.
Yeah.
Like what episode of Keep It Test, what episode of Down the Dawn.
Yeah, there's a few. Yeah, we're gonna have to do our seasonal review.
2 episodes of The Lesbian Show. 2 episodes of Dress Up Darling. 2 episodes of Witch.
Yeah.
We're reaching the end.
All right. Well, let's get going. Next slide. What do we got?
Shows you didn't watch.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, Milky Express was alright. Like, the big reveal of, oh, yeah, it's all the robot. It turns out that the train abducts criminals and kills them.
Oh.
It's actually kind of funny. Just like it abducts the criminals and kills them, and and now there's going to be a big fight. So, yeah, it's pretty, it was pretty good. I like Milky Express. It's a fun little short show. Kaiju 8 I haven't watched. That came out literally today. Well, the last episode was, because obviously I probably didn't talk about the last episode last week. Basically, they fight this kaiju. Ice Guy gets his suit, work as a team. You can use the suit. Woo, cool, awesome, nice, sick, woo, cool. And then it's pretty much just kind of set up, really. Getting we're gonna do training arc probably pretty soon, so that's gonna be interesting. And like I said, I haven't watched Nakatashi this week yet, so I'll get back to that later. And you kind of already talked about Dress Up Darling a little bit.
A little bit. Big themes in kind of. Because last episode, Naretsu, Goto said, "I'm not planning to sleep tonight."
yes.
And Marin is very, very much expecting sex. Gojo is very much not expecting anything at all.
Yeah.
And it's kind of resolved in a sense where Marin is just thinking about it all the time, basically. But eventually she falls asleep, and Gojo puts her to bed, and he plays the game, the horror game. And the horror game, Naretsu, we're not getting the full story or the full game in that sense, but big traumatic things happening in the game. Like father raping daughter.
Oh no! Oh no!
Raping main protagonists, and oh no, we're family. Don't say anything. We're family, and a whole big story about that. And of course, I can imagine. I can imagine what kind of story that would be and how that would go, and. That means, of course, after such a heavy story, Gojo hasn't slept and is a bit traumatized. Funny thing. And they talk about they're preparing for the group cosplay with all the nuns, which the game is about, which is from the game. Marin is kind of reflecting on that she totally expected sex without even them dating, and she's feeling very silly for it.
Yeah, big sillies.
But then she's reflect from, then why don't we date?
Yeah.
To herself, right? But then she thinks about it. Oh, but what if he says no and starts avoiding me? And she gets sad. But she resolves herself to, no, I have to confess, because Gojo continues to do nice things. And then Naretsu on the walk towards the station with them, just two of them, she asked, "Hey Gojo, can I come tomorrow too?" She got afraid. She chickened out.
Oh no.
So she's still kind of, scared, fearful, and still resolved to confess soon, now, tomorrow, maybe. And of course, the next episode is basically out today, but not watched it because I was also, just like Naretsu, I was asleep, like close to stream.
Big sleep times. All right, what do we got?
Semu, I give you mod as you're now.
Yeah. All right, we'll see you later. It's all good. Yeah, we're gonna wrap up soon too. We only probably got a slide or two left, I think.
Yeah, it's like one, and that's kind of basically it. Dress Up Darling also kind of like 2 episodes remaining before it ends.
Yeah,
and then the other shows that I still don't have.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna quickly. So Dr. Stone, Senku wins, big win. Everyone gets turned to stone. The entire world is now back to stone. And they have a setup where loud sound causes the revival fluid to revive the little scout girl with the melon on her head.
Mm-hmm.
And now she has to find the remaining revival fluid so that she can get Senku and everyone else woken up.
And what about the people in Japan, the village?
Yeah, they're stoned too.
Oh.
Everyone's stoned now. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
The whole planet is back to stone. We are back to stone world. And because it was the only way to get everyone revived, right? So, because everyone gets fucking shot to death, right? Again, I will say, is a very, like I mentioned this last week, it was very ballsy. Like, very fucking ballsy
Yeah.
to have, like, these soldiers just shooting kids, right? Even if you know they're going to get revived when they get turned to stone, right? And the injuries are going to get healed because of the stone, right? It's still, like, is interesting how hard they went, where it's like, yeah, no, it almost reminds me of, you know, in Invincibles, right? Where, like, they have that campfire thing where the mom is like, these guys are not like your cartoon villains. They're going to kill you. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of vibe it has. Where, except this time you're seeing them kill the kids. Right?
Yeah.
It went very hard. I'll just say that. It went very hard. So, yeah. No, so basically the setup is, yeah, now the scout girl is going to need to get revival fluid again so that she can revive everyone. The trash show, they go to a artist city where there's like an artist that has a pen that allows them to like put spells on stuff, and it's pretty alright. It turns out the guy's dead already, which is sad, and then it gets inherited to the next artist, and then they have a big party or whatever to celebrate the guy's life or something. It was alright. It was okay. Nothing too fancy to talk about with that. And then I guess the only other thing would be Shield Hero, which is, yeah, just meandering around. It was mostly just, oh, yeah, Shield. We take the capital, the old capital. Big blessings from the gods, or some shit, or whatever. Shield Hero is just kind of Leah. It's not great, but it's there's not much to really talk about with it. And I think that's about it from me. I don't think there's anything else I need to talk about because, yeah, I haven't watched some stuff, so we'll catch up on that next week. We're going to have to decide if we're going to do seasonal review next week or not.
Yeah,
because I don't know, because we are already kind of at that point where a lot of shows are already at episode 12 and ending, so we got to decide if we want to do it next week or if we're going to do it do it maybe the week after. I guess.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll figure it out. We'll decide when we get to picking what we want to do. So yeah, I think that pretty much does it.
Yeah.
Anything else I need to talk about? Just close that down.
So
Yeah, it was a fun time.
So let's see. Let me quickly, because I believe next. Oh, that's maybe is fortuitous even. Next. Oh, sorry. I saw something weird in my calendar. Ooh, a bit of a bad luck. I don't. Unless we can do like next week. Can't. I'll be on the island. So, but I can do 1 day earlier in 2 weeks.
Right. Well, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Like it'll leave. Yeah, probably do seasonal.
Yeah. Anyway, that's the end. Video. Oh, did I even give my thoughts on the video that we watched? Like,
No, I don't think it matters. I mean,
nah.
We can't. Yeah, whatever. But anyway, we'll catch you guys next time we're on. So
Yeah, like
Bye.
2 weeks ish times, I believe.
yeah, maybe, yeah.
All right, give you.
And it'll probably be seasonal review then. But
Yeah.
All right. Laters.
Bye.
Bye.